Hello, hello, Imaginary Villain here, and it's once again time to get back down to game dev on Poppet Quest. And, yeah, kind of had a bit of a technical difficulty there. For some reason, I had forgotten to plug in the microphone. This one doesn't actually have an off switch, so I pretty much unplugged the power thing, but I also unplugged it from the computer, and had already started OBS, and OBS just didn't like anything I did there. Nope. No, indeed. I'm all fighting with it for like 3-4 minutes, just going, oh, no, wait. Now, this microphone is so much worse to use for setting it up, but it sounds way better. Well, at least somewhat better. I still need to play with all the settings, though, and get it to work a little bit better than it does. So, at some point I'll get around to that, probably on the days where I'm not streaming. Kind of busy a lot of the time, seems like, so. You know, it is what it is. Alright, so let me get my notes up for today. Pretty much like a teacher at a class, or you're sitting, you gotta, go and sit there at the podium and then, cap some notes and everything. I guess in this case now it would be a tablet they'd bring, which would be a lot nicer and all that, I suppose. Where are my notes for Poppet Quest? Today I don't really have a tutorial prepared because I kind of rolled out of bed really late. So this teacher shows up unprepared for class and it'll be almost independent study, but not really. I'm just good at work on Poppet Quest. I still have to put the other tutorials up as well, like take the videos and chop them up and make the pages for them and all that. Something to do tomorrow probably, or I guess later today. So today's plan, I had this clown head boss shot here. And I think I'm just gonna have it do the spawn event thing that I had already set up here, which was just this here. If it has a spawn event, it spawns it, and what it's gonna spawn is one of these fine beasties here. No, not a teddy. Floating clown head. So 78. And then I'm going to make the distance on these way less, just way less in general. We'll try 60. I really just want him to hit something and then spawn from these enemies. I'm not sure how good this will be. It might just be terrible, but it kind of gives the projectile a means of almost being heat-seeking without truly being heat-seeking, because it's going to fire towards the player and then just keep going, but as soon as it hits something, it should blow up and spawn a clown head, which then will try to hunt down the player. It's like a 2-stage projectile. Alright, so what are we doing here? I really need to make it to the bosses spawn faster. Maybe just have them spawn at the start. The system I'm going to have eventually for all of it's going to be a lot more complex than this one, but turn that down to my ears a bit. How loud it is for everyone else. Click OBS real fast. Doesn't look very loud. I need more music that's actually stream safe. I had ones that I thought were stream safe, but then they put a copyright claim on the stream. But it says that you can use the music on YouTube, but it's still listed as copyrighted, and it doesn't count as a strike. So I don't know. I got nothing. I still haven't even filed a complaint against them. I paid them for the music, for the rights to use them everywhere. I gotta double check on my usage rights on them too. I mean, they're all part of the same Humble Bundle, but maybe there's weird usage rights in some of the songs, because they only struck like, I think 5 of the songs, whereas I'm pretty certain I listened to 50 plus of their songs. That didn't spawn a clown head. Huh. I guess the question is why. Usually it has one of those events here. Wait a minute, maybe this doesn't work because of the fact that these are kind of rigged to see if they've collided with something. So if that's the case, I might just have to have not collide on the first thing there, but then they won't know if they've actually hit something. Because they'll have no collision. And then like the bosses, they can't teleport. This might not be a right way of doing it. Let's shorten the time before it destroys itself. Yeah, still my favorite one of these tracks. Save, right? It's just so exciting. The character flying around through space to it just makes you, you know, want to go whizzing around the map. Which is still pretty fun. Weirdly enough, it's more fun to fly around the map in 2D than it is to do it in 3D. So 3D is not too bad, but though I have a flying setup in UE, it's not very compelling. Like, flying is really kind of boring. I thought it'd be way more interesting. It's just really not. You get a grappling hook that just launches you is so much more exciting. It's just a weird thing that I never thought I'd discover. Yeah, about that. I'm starting to see that limitation often leads to the best gameplay things here. So. How long is this projectile going to go before it destroys itself? It doesn't seem to be going, seems like it goes way too long. What's the time increments we're using on this? There has to be a wait command somewhere in here that's making it take longer than I thought it would. Three frames, so here's the other question. Like, do I want him to shoot out clown heads, or should I just spawn clown heads near him? Because the system I have set up here will cause the clown head to collide with something, or the projectile collide with something, and then because of that, it won't spawn. Because the clown will be in an area where it would discover that it's collided with something and it can't spawn, so it'll be like, okay. Or it could spawn, but it would be stuck in something. So we need to make this incredibly short. Like, incredibly short. Maybe we'll do that, I guess. Oh, I just need to spawn it nearby and just give him a normal projectile. The normal projectile might be better. Suddenly this clown boss is getting a lot tougher than some of the bosses. I don't know. I have no concept of how to balance this. I can see now that the hardest part of this is going to be balancing it. Also coming to the conclusion that I don't really like number-based anything. You know, like, you know, where you're reliant on numbers to dictate like, basically the carrot to see if the player is happier or less happy. Like giving them bigger numbers, so they're like, oh, look, did good. I just kind of find that boring. I have to make a Diablo game. Part of this is just to see what you can make with RPGMaker, and I just want to put something out with it. I really wish I'd just left up the original version of this and then just kept updating it over time. Of course, then I might not have been streaming it, though it might have been better overall. I don't think the spawn thing even works. Let me double check why. It should work though. I don't understand why it wouldn't. It is firing 158, right? Let's make certain I'm firing the right event and that it's not broken. Oh, it's not, you know, messed up because I just did the wrong thing. Yeah, 158. And it is a projectile, so it should follow the normal projectile stuff, which will send it through here. And then oh, I see. I got rid of player spawned in general. I think. Did I? No, I didn't. No, I did not. Thought I had, but then I remember, I think I tried to get rid of it and then remember that there was a point right here in the very beginning where I actually do use it. Well, let me see if it's even hitting this point here. Actually, let me just put one of these pools out there. Or even better, let's do 198. We'll just spawn 198 on the explosion, actually, right here. I want to see if it's an issue with how the enemies are decide if they hit something or not. Oh wait, I have to change it 2 locations. Figure out where the issue is, so. If he just fires a clown head that explodes into a fire thing, that's not horrible either. Not amazing, but... It also means that I only have to have 1 projectile for him, or 1 thing for him. Wait. That was dumb. Oh my gosh. Alright, well, I changed it in 1 location, but... It's just supposed to like spawn this and then that's supposed to spawn it. I wasn't thinking this through. It spawns that and then this thing spawns 198, which is this one here, and then they're like secondary fires, I guess. At that point, I probably don't want the little danger symbol before it either. It's just spawning because the projectile hit something. I might make a different one as well. Oh, wait. I went in the wrong one. Oh no. I have a default hidden reverse, so this way if you try to exit the picture without being certain, it'll go no first, and then, you know, you have to actually hit down again, essentially as a one last you can stay in there, because once you exit it, there's no going back into that exact level. I should have a seed system, but it doesn't remember all the seeds, so... I mean, you could technically make your own seed, but it just randomly makes a new one each time. And it's completely random, so there's no real way to get a double, and then unless I recorded the information somewhere. So I could make it do. There's nothing stopping me from doing that. I don't think the spawn thing works at all. I guess I broke it somewhere. Alright, well. Let's see where it gets to before it destroys itself. I'm pretty certain it's breaking on one of these. Oops, I don't want that. I need this. Don't erase that, erase this. That from there. I don't think anyone needs to have an embed. It shows every time I want to stream. I need to start posting this information at the places that I'm streaming, so this way I kind of build an audience. At first I was just like, well, I'm just learning all that, but I've been doing it for almost a month now, and well, I wouldn't call myself great at it. I should probably start posting it more places than just the official forums and the not terribly populated chat room. Or the official RM chat room. One of the problems with programming these is that it doesn't really lead to the most engaging of content. I mean, if I had people to chat with, they'd probably be different. Because there was a one night where I was just telling stories, and that was kind of fun, actually. But it's not really... I mean, you get kind of distracted by having to type out code and decide game decisions and everything. And since this game, honestly, is just a game jam game that went horribly wrong, at this point, you know, it doesn't have the best design direction yet. I mean, it is kind of a Diablo clone now, so it has a design direction now, but... Alright, you fired one. What did it do? So... I got that, but what is game variables 57? Let's find out. Wait, what? Is this supposed to be switches? Is that what was supposed to happen here? Yeah, it's switches. Okay, that was the problem. Because, you know, game variables value 57 just tells how much mana the player has. It's never going to read false. That'll fail every time. But game switches is hit blocking. Actually, do I want that check? I don't know, maybe. I get the feeling we're trying to balance way too many things here. Maybe the way I balance this game, like maybe I go back to the original system I had in the Game Jam, where the enemies kept leveling up as time went by, and you could get things to like make them keep them their level down for a while, but it would get harder and harder the longer you're in an area. And then I just had them collect resources, and the resources get can be used to buy abilities from outside of it. So you take and you start with more and more unfair advantages. Might not be a bad idea. It plays into the random better. And then it gives you a reason to grind a level for stuff. I don't know actually what I do. I'm just trying to think of a way I can make it interesting enough. And one of the criticisms of the other one is that you always basically started at level 1 at the beginning of each one there, and you leveled up as fast as they leveled up, like Half Minute Hero. But Half Minute Hero still had a means of you gaining long-term advancement. And that's what I'll do here. Let's make a thing like that. All right. Huh. Think about this for a second. I was given this bag of these delicious candies called Chimes, and they're basically ginger chews, which I just didn't know was a thing until very recently, and it's just kind of cool. I don't know, they're a little spicy but sweet. Very strange. I don't know. Hopefully they'll make too much noise here. So I think the plan here is going to be to make another one of these walls here. Come on. Copy paste. This will explode. Yeah, this one's gonna be different than the other one though. Because it's gonna do gonna be shot out, explode, and then do an explosion around it. Basically mimicking what the Clown Head boss does by itself. Wait a minute. I set this up already. All you do is change that one number right there. We're going to take away the danger thingy in front of this one because they're already seeing a projectile fly at them. $267. Alright, so I both kind of like that and kind of don't. Give it a 1 frame wait. I almost like the setting all this information in the actual projectile itself. Like I know I pulled it to plugins, but in some cases it's actually easier just to put it in the event. So I might have made it more complicated for no reason. So I don't know. I mean, now they're all set in the same location, so I guess it's not really more complicated. I don't know. Yeah, I should probably also be on, collecting more subs on YouTube as well. So then I can start building it up. After all, you basically need to be famous in order to market your game effectively, so if I just keep on doing this, and over time, in theory, more people will learn about me, so hey, you know. I'm starting to question if RM really is the right path going forward. After all, the only people I'm going to be able to introduce interested in this would be hopefully the people who do RM, but so far that hasn't really been the case. I haven't really found them to be that interested. It makes me wonder. I know in each video, like between around 20 and 30 people see them. And those 20 and 30 people, largely don't seem to watch much of it or stick around. This project might be a pointless project, but eh. With lots of fires everywhere. That's kind of cool. And depending on how much I want the dangers on the secondary fires or not. Well, the Clown Head's much cooler than he was. He used to just have a dumb, effects here fire animation at him. Now he just lights everything on fire. You notice the FPS is doing great though. I almost want an animation for him doing something. I could have him spin or something. The animation, there's not much this particular animation can do. Or I can have him flop forward. Funny part is the flame the flame particle I have in UE, all the flame particles, they don't tend to like they really crash the FPS like crazy. Probably lack of optimization on my part, but still. Of course, we haven't even fixed these yet. I need to figure out how to fix. I don't want to deal with those right now. I'm just gonna work on the on this, I guess. I kind of like that, and I kind of don't. Maybe it fires more than one, I guess. I don't know. Kind of lame so far. Hmm. Hmm. I guess he's got a bunch of attacks. Huh. You could always fire the projectiles for all of them instead. I don't know. I don't think they're that exciting, but maybe. I'll just leave it as it is for now. So, the previous one had a leveling setup that was just you leveled if you collected enough of an item. But that one also worked around if you would take damage, it would start taking away those items instead. And everything got progressively harder. Very half-minute hero. Half-minute hero didn't actually make its level harder. It had a time restriction. So things didn't level up per se. How could I make a time restriction? I could just literally steal Art's mechanic. Where I just, had a mechanic in the game where the map was disintegrating. The problem with that is this character's not very fast. The Half-Minute Hero wasn't very fast either. It almost seems like a system that I'd be designing so I didn't have to design a leveling system. Balance that. I see why people make their games based around physics stuff and not numbers, because numbers take a long time to balance. And physics stuff does not. I'm seeing that. I really am. I'm like, wait a minute. How are we going to balance all this? Each new attack is that much harder to balance. Of course, this was kind of a more longer-term project now that I'm actually kind of working on it all the time. So, but to get the prototype out, I need to have something that'll work. Guess I can keep designing just keep designing attacks for things. So I kind of have a lot of attacks for all of them as is. The only one that I don't think I have is the Teddies don't have a slow pool yet, or do they? I think they did actually. Right, let me double check that. I might design that already. In which case, I probably have all the attacks designed for the bosses, and then it just comes down to balancing it and some kind of leveling system, if I even have one. Or do I just make it where everything just does a fixed amount of damage in the first version of the prototype, and then release it to the wild for people to play around with, and just say, hey, the goal is now just survive to make it to the end, as opposed to have some way to get more and more powerful. So I'll add that in later, but to create all these different things, it's going to take so long. The prototype won't even be out forever, and that defeats the purpose of this whole exercise. So, I don't know. Those teddies are way too fast. They're very spastic. They just wave the little sword back and forth. It's because the animations don't match up. I don't need the teddy boss to show up. Come on, teddy boss. I need to rebalance their speed. They're just so quick. On the other hand, since they're the only melee character, they have to be pretty quick. Alright, random boss, where are you at? I also got to fix the mouse bug and the boss not always spawning. I think that's what I'm going to do is I'm going to have fixed stats to start with, no level up option. Just simply, or maybe I'll the thing where you can collect higher health or something, I don't know. Every new system means it's going to be like that much longer before I get the first version for people to play with. And then if they discover the base game itself just isn't all that great, then I'll be wasting my time to add all these systems on top of it. That's always the big X factor here, you know. The elephant in the room is, can RM even make this particular style of game fun? Or is just the lack of good anything, you know, good controls, good pixel movement and everything going to hinder it to the point where it's not that fun? Because the collisions aren't as great as they could be if they were in some other engine, so. And of course the point of this was never to make it the best possible. It was mostly to prove that it could be done in RM. So I have no idea why the boss does not always spawn. Like, it looks like it's trying, but then it just never succeeds in doing it. It'll just keep bouncing around, but it only happens every once in a while. And it literally has a mechanic where it sits there and tries to keep teleporting to a new location and checking if it can move there, and if it can't, it goes to the next one and keeps trying until eventually it finds a spot, which is why it usually works and why it can also check the player down, because the player can just run away. Well, the teddy boss is pretty fast, so you can't really just run away from the teddy boss. I made him a little slower because I gave him a projectile and a slow thing that he can hit on the player, or hit the player with. So there we go. Yeah, he just came flying in there. Come on, use those slow things if you have it. Do something. Use an attack. Wherever you're at. Come on. Come on. Use your attack, little teddy guy. Where you at? So far, it's not a very effective boss, you know? That's another problem. I think I have him teleporting too often. He's supposed to be very, assassin-like. But instead of the, boss relocate thing that he's doing, I think he needs to actually have a thing where he, teleports into the player and then attempts to stab him. He hasn't launched a single attack against me yet. Not one. Wait a minute. That's not gonna work. So this is triggering every 60. But that's fine there, because this only happens 1 in 100, and a 1 in 100 sure comes up a lot though, doesn't it? And if the boss is too far away, alright. Actually, this is just if the boss can't pass. Otherwise, after every 180, then it does. So if the boss is stuck, it does that. That's fine. But if the boss is spawns around a player. I guess I can have him teleport to near the player. Let me grab that information here. I'm gonna put the boss relocate. Getting to the point where there's so many events I can't remember where everything is. So let's just click it and find 116. We'll make this near player. And then I already made the code for near the player. Let me look up what this one worked with. The teleport command. These old commands have been there for a long time. What's supposed to do the effect? Interesting. Shows what I remember. So this get self variable. X. Get self variable. Y. About the error there. I just want to make it like X location. I use X and Y so often they end up trampling over each other, so I'm gonna redo them so they don't do that. Up until it was a command I made a long time ago because it wasn't using the tildes, and I pretty much always use the tildes at this point, so that's I mean, there's a lot of code in this that was from years ago. A lot of the code is really bad. I'm just going along and like an archaeologist just dusting it all off and just, you know, chipping away all the garbage attached to it. So for here, where do I want this attack to go in? I could do it right here. And then, actually, I should have just taken this here. What I want them to do is change this event to be near the player. I don't need the spawn event thing here. And And this uses the action ticker. Does this use a different ticker? The attack ticker, okay. So if it's greater than 30, it does one of those, but only if it's within 220. And the attack ticker here really just seems like it needs to be much shorter. We'll go back to 30 on this one too. It spawns things near the player if it's around that, but if they're far enough away, they'll do the teleport there. This should work there. Okay. Let's see. This boss went from being a boss that just tried to run the player down and was actually very hard to deal with, to kind of just faffing about and doing nothing particularly useful. Because they gave it so much mobility that it just kind of now runs around and is obnoxious, and that it just doesn't ever show up anymore. It's just like, nah, I'm good. I'll probably never catch it, so I probably need to reduce how often it teleports away, or just, it's not even trying to teleport away, it just randomly teleports places. But I think it just needs to not have a randomly teleport places. It needs to just teleport near the player if the player gets too far away. I think I'm going to do that. A lot of the other bosses, they just they pick a new area, but he's not attacking. Hit me. Do anything. You are not hitting me. Teleport must trigger too often, big time. Where are you going, boss? What you doing? You should come over here at any point? No? You just wandered off, huh? He just hops around and doesn't attack. Okay, well that's awkward. Okay, well first of all, I think that this should just be the other one, the near player. Because he's just trying to hunt the player down and he's just not doing it. He's, for an enemy that has to be near the player to really do much, it's not that good. I could just have him move towards the player too. Also, why is that 1 through 6 random? Let's do a real random here. It's just going to do the first one. I don't want to delete all these yet. I'm going to just have it move towards the player. I think this is the culprit. It's deciding it can't pass all the time. At that point, I could just make the ticker really long on it, but I don't know. I'm gonna go ahead and skip this and see what happens. Anyway, to make the boss somewhat effective. I do think that them actually teleporting somewhat near the player is a better choice than just randomly around. He's pretty fast, so he can find the player. Too fast, as far as I can tell. I need to reduce the hops down to like just 1 space. Because the jumps don't actually have the same move time as walking. Like they're almost instantaneous by comparison. The mouse still slides. Weird. Okay, well, that was something that happened. He came up, gave me a hug, and then left. He's like, I'm good. What weird behavior. Alright, what does he mean to me? I need to get some information from this guy. He's clearly not running these attacks. Actually, we'll log it. Right here, I guess is fine. Whatever. Actually, get self variable. And then I believe I called that attack timer, but I'll have to double check that. What did I call it that? Attack ticker. Okay, whatever. I should have just copy pasted it. Mistakes were made. And I also need to have one more of those in there, but I'm also going to do this. I know what it is. And then let's see if it ever triggers any of these. And then this will just be 30 plus. And this will just be attack 1. I just want to see if it's even reaching this code. Let's see if I made a mistake somewhere in here that just, well, is I don't know, like without like a decent script editor built into RM, you're kind of restricted, and like it doesn't not restricted, but without it color coding it can sometimes make it hard to keep track of everything. And let's see, is this outside of there? I guess we'll just end it there. Okay. All right, Teddy boss. Show me your ancient sword arts, your ancient plastic sword arts. Okay. My only regret is that I only have a plastic sword for him and not like a foam sword, which I think would be probably a little funnier. I do need to make a new picture for him. That picture doesn't actually look like the teddies. I mean, they're different color and everything. Yeah, I make sound effects for all these things too. It's caught in there, huh? Oh, I guess it still worked, so it didn't matter. Hey, wait a minute. So if I'm blocking, they just do nothing? That doesn't seem good. They're attacking. They're still okay. Are you not going to spawn now, boss? You're going to get in that weird glitch thing where you don't spawn? Is that what's happening? Yeah, there's this bizarre error that seems to happen every once in a while. Nan attack ticker. Let me double check that I didn't set this here. Well, I didn't initially define it, so maybe that's a problem. Possible. I usually initially define them all there to make it easy, but it's saying Nan, so let's see if that fixes it. Other people's plugins, you know, they do weird things. Pretty certain if I'd written it, you would have just been able to define the variable without having to have a separate command to... you wouldn't have to define it before you define it, basically. Still, it's the lightest self-variable plugin I've found for MZ, and it also works in MV. It's originally for that, so it's important because I have to clean all those out every single time an event spawned and then destroyed. So, well, every time it's destroyed, I have to clean it out. And because the whole game is built out of so many events being spawned and removed at all times, that if you don't clean those self-variables, they would actually they just lag out ARM. I tried it with the VS ones, and that didn't work. And I tried it with oh, that was one of the one I tried. What was it called? Of course, the VS ones are also strapped to the event spawner, which conflicts with my own event spawner, so I can't use it anyway. Great plugin if it wasn't for the fact that it is blatantly not compatible with what I'm trying to do here. Did you spawn, little buddy? Well, the ticker's going now, so that, once again, you got to apparently define it and then define it again. Cool. There he is. Oh, he did a slow. Nice. And the slow works very efficiently. Too efficiently. Oops. There's too many teddies. I need to reduce the number. Slaughter all the teddies. One's invincible somehow. Why are you invincible? I don't know. I think it's because the projectile spawns a little ways away from the player so it can get within range of the projectile. Or actually, too close to the player. Might need to do some tweaking there with the hitboxes. Where'd you go, Teddy? The Teddy boss showed up, dropped the slow thing on me, and then is gone. He's still here, right? He's not still here. Okay. Where you go, Teddy? Guess he destroyed himself. Huh. Let's get rid of these other console logs and figure out... I don't need all these anymore. Figure out where Teddy went. He's somewhere. This gets the thing near the player, so it should, in theory, always work. I really need it to loop though, right? Well, I guess it's looping to see if it can move. I probably want to copy the other code instead. Oh. 116 was the number. No. It's just hidden amongst a bunch of stuff here. Let's copy this loop. Actually, I copied the whole event, didn't I? Let me do a quick copy paste there. I'm pretty sure I just copied the whole event previously. Quick copy paste here. So it teleports right there. Wait a minute. This doesn't make sense here. This is here and then teleports. Okay, first of all, let's make a console command before I forget. So we can spy on where Teddy is. Put that in rotations there, so you know where it is. This should actually be before the teleport. Wait, do I even need that? Original command was just moving. Oh, I see. It was just so I could move up, and if the player could move up, it did that. Yeah, go ahead and keep all that then. That was the point of this. I'm a big fan of recycling code, so I don't have to figure it out. Actually, I already had that there, so no, that's right. Because, you know, you recycle your code and you don't gotta keep typing it out. Granted, I could come up with a common event that runs specific portions of this code, but mostly I'm just making a version of each code, and then I'm going to go ahead and improve them later once they work the first time. Kind of taking a lot of the code and making better versions, often in plugins, though I can't do that with moves per se, because the plugins execute too fast, so they execute in one frame, whereas the moves take a lot of frames. One of the few things I still use ARM itself for. That and weights, because creating a weight within your plugin is a little more difficult than just putting the weight command in there. Like, I mean, you can do it. I do it for a lot of things, but only if there's a necessity, and there's not really that much of a necessity for it. Not here, anyway. Alright, well, I have two of them, so the Teddy boss should be out and about somewhere. Oops, I don't want that. I want this. The Teddy boss appears to be MIA. Where'd you go, Teddy boss? You're having a lot of problems. None of the other bosses have problems. He's trying to spawn forever, right? What is this endless spawn problem? How do we fix that? He has no collision to start with, so he should be able to spawn anywhere 100% of the time, and then he skips this. Yeah, the compassing doesn't make much sense because he'll bump into the player and then teleport. That's probably why he was doing that. Too far is fine. There's a mystery going on here of why the bosses are just not spawning. I'm going to write this into here. It's page 1 here. We're going to spy on its position. See where it's saying it's actually appearing at. Oops. Like that. The page 1 fail. And then this will be a success. All right. This has been a thorn in my side for a while now. They usually spawn, but apparently not the teddy boss. The teddy boss does not usually spawn. But all the other ones typically spawn. Like they'll have maybe a 1 in 4 or 5 fail rate, but this one's been much worse than that. But they're using the same code, so that's weird. Must just be the fail rate's much higher than I thought, and I've been lucky for a couple weeks. That seems like a long time to be lucky, but okay. Really long time. Oh, Teddy Boss spawned. There's the slow thingies. Well, now he's being all aggressive. That's strange, because I didn't really change his code other than to put a bunch of console logs so I knew where it was at. Actually, where'd he go now? Oh. Well, that's fun. Alright. That's my bad. Come here for a second. We're gonna put you in the real editor. Ah, okay. That's a tilde problem. Sure. I forgot you can't have, like, you know, the tildes within tildes there. It doesn't work. So what's probably happening is that command was just failing and the boss was just ending up in limbo somewhere, I guess. Because the boss was fine in doing its thing and then it just suddenly was gone. It's like, okay. Well, fine. Just show back up tomorrow for the next attempt at this game. Yes. It's like the boss is some sort of a diva or something. He just goes back to his, you know, his trailer or something. He's like, fine, I'm done with today. And just leaves, just like, okay. That's what happened. I think it'd be hilarious if the lore of the attic hero was that the teddies were all divas. Why not, yeah? Originally, I like to think of them as, you know, just having seen way too many sword fighting movies or something, and they just think they can all sword fight because of it. But then I realized that there really wouldn't be any movies for them to watch in the attic in the first place, so how would they see all those? Part of the mystery of where they all find these swords, right? Why there's so many of them? Like, who has this many teddies? So the boss is still hanging out. I'm gonna make one change here. That's supposed to give me a math 4. Well, I'm gonna do it round anyway. But 4 should have given it the Yeah, flow should have worked. Interesting. That command is coming up with... Well, it's that command right there. It's just saying F, but they're at a weird location. I guess it doesn't technically matter. I haven't seen him swing his sword even once at the player, though. There we go. But he does do it if he's close. Not very threatening, though. I can just run away. What's he gonna do about it? That's not particularly interesting. This enemy needs to track the player a lot more than the other enemy does. The other ones just spawn so much stuff. He does track the player, but then he teleports away very quickly. And presumably you're trying to slow the player down so this way they can't get away from him. Well, regular teddies are vicious enough. He's just kind of faffing about. Maybe we'll give him all his moves back. Also, I'm going to go ahead and just get rid of this whole boss relocate thing or anything and just make him always try to be near the player. Might also be too far away from the player, though. I might want to scale this differently, too, but let's go ahead and make it where it's closer by far. I need to have a character spawn near the boss here so I don't have to keep flying on over. Now, the movement with the mouse is not very good. I'm gonna have to rewrite that plugin or something. It's such a nightmare plugin to rewrite though, since it's literally a plugin off of a plugin off of a plugin. It's like, Oh, now Teddy's vicious. Look at that. He's just flying on in. He's like, what do you want? What? No. Stab, stab. I like it like that, right? Stab, stab. And you're just like, He needs to have some sort of a run away after attacking the player or something. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe he doesn't. He just needs to be vicious. Yeah, that weird sliding towards the wrong direction from the mouse there. I think what's happening is that it's not clearing the destination. If you tell it to move either via keyboard or just in general, like you'll tell it to go somewhere and it doesn't always clear the destination. And then it gets to that point there and it bounces back and forth all weird. Also, where did Teddy go? Oh, yeah, there he is. He's a lot more vicious. Look at this, it's just sliding right back there. If I don't do anything, it just slides right back to where it wants to go. It's trying to find that destination forever. It's weird. But if it's part of the, this smart weight. And if you make the smart weight really long, then the player will get stuck in place for long periods of time. Maybe I'll increase this number to like 200 and see if that makes a difference as well. Because, you know, I don't care if it's not like balanced. It can be unbalanced all at once. If the player can't even move without problems, it's going to be a bigger issue. I don't know, I'm going to this one to test the move thing. That seems silly. Any of them have worked. Well, it does increase that, but if you click out here and then click away, sometimes the player will get stuck. So maybe the 200 thing will make that different. I don't know, I'd really like to not have to sit there and rewrite this person's plugin. I'll do it, but they're not going to do it because they left the community in like 2018, I believe. And it's an MV plugin that I just decided to make work with MZ, so I already did a little rewriting, not much. I got to change a couple lines in, I believe Q movement needed some changes, and then that's about it. I did add some information to Q movement in the first place, but this is Q Pathfind, and it just, I mean, it's necessary to even have mouse movement, otherwise it can't figure anything out. The actual Q Pathfind command itself isn't very good. It's kind of worse than just move towards and looping. So, alright, well, there's way too many teddies that spawn first of all. But I do think the mouse works better because I'm sitting there, and one of the other problems was that when I would move with the keyboard after moving a direction with the mouse, and that would cause it to move random places. Try to get back to a location forever. I click on that a bunch of times, and then it seems like I can move just fine. Maybe it's good enough. It's better than it was. Okay, fair enough. Okay, so the number of enemies spawning is too many. It seems like there was more than 6 there. Knock it down to 5. You shouldn't have to kill an enemy and have it replaced by 2 more. That's a little much. One of the problems I have whenever testing this is that I want everything to happen really fast. But I realize the player's not going to want that. I just don't want to have to sit there and wait for stuff to spawn. So I crank everything up and then it just looks ridiculous. Like the game's super hard, and then I'm trying to balance around it being super hard. And I have to remember that it doesn't need to be that hard. I just have it cranked up so that I don't have to wait as long to test. So at some point I'm going to have to actually have it set exactly as it is and just suck it up and do a slower test. Then you actually get an idea of how the actual game will play. See if we can live with just mouse movement. I tried to make it where you could do a left mouse move, but it would also do an attack if you happen to have it near the enemy, kind of like actual Diablo. And I got it mostly working, except for that this plugin would just sometimes lock up, and I haven't had time to figure out why. That's just disabled, and it's just left mouse to move and right mouse button to use whatever you have selected. And go towards the mouse. Close enough. It's going to be a lot of effort to figure that one out. I know because it was a lot of effort to get it to do what I wanted to do in the first place. That's a little less bad. I mean, they're still showing up, but only half as often, and then it almost seems like they need to be a little more common than that, but I guess I do want them to kind of explore a bit. It's not as hectic of a game as the other one I was working on. It's supposed to be much less hectic. And the player's constantly just fighting every step they take, and it doesn't feel like killing anybody matters. It's very likely they'll do what I end up doing, which is just running away. There's a lot of options to run away, and it's like, okay, well, just keep running. What are you going to do about it? And they can't catch you. Is the boss trying to spawn forever again? It failed there. Did it only fail once? That's weird if that's the case, because it's supposed to keep doing that until it doesn't. Alright, well, that problem needs to be fixed. Won't be very exciting if bosses don't spawn. Then is supposed to be like, you know, helpers for the boss, and the boss is supposed to be the main event. Alright, so... Remember I did this as a supposed fix for the problem, but clearly it does not fix the problem. So... try something different here. Any boss should work. They all use the same code. It's supposed to dictate if they can find a safe space to spawn when they're supposed to keep trying otherwise. And they, unfortunately, the bear is a diva and just ends up leaving. Alright, well... the boss should be here. Those are here. Yep, it's an endless fail. But why? Originally I had a simple way of doing this that worked okay, which was simply I'd have the enemy move up one space, and if they couldn't move up one space, like I'd take their previous like variables, I'd mark them, and then I'd have them move up one space, and if they couldn't move up one space, then it would try it all again, because it would assume they were stuck. This time I was like, I'll just be smart, and I'll just check if it can pass in all 4 directions, and if it can, then it should be able to set itself up. And most of the time it does set itself up, as you see by all the enemies and everything, but not always. Not always at all. I guess what I could do is just run the command to set the boss up. Even if it fails, because the boss has a teleport that will put it in the right location eventually anyway, so who cares? Oops. Let's make it where it can never truly fail. Otherwise, I think solving the mystery of what's happening might take quite a while. It might be an entire night of doing that. That's happened a few times where something's just so broken that it's like, I guess this is my new plan. Like where there was almost 2 streams because the projectile system was just so weirdly broken. Let's say some of this code is from 2 years ago, and it was just a game jam thing I made really fast, and it shows. And then some of the code has been improved since then. Pretty much in these streams. So, some of the code is good. Some of it's real bad. Yeah, sometimes it gets stuck like that. Now you can't move. You can, sort of. It does recover somewhat quickly. I guess the interval check's probably dictating that. I wish you would actually run up to the target, but if it can't find pathfind to the location, all it just stops. But you know, when I was testing in UE with the exact same control thing, it does that too. Like, it doesn't move up to the target. It'll sit there and it'll... What did it? It'll just stop. So, that time it succeeded. Well, I don't want a success. I want a failure. I want to see what happens if it fails. But the good news is I can reset things. Actually, let's do that there. Alright, well, try again. I like how for the thumbnail for this particular stream, I used a character that's probably not even going to be in the prototype. I'm definitely not going to be the prototype. I'm already seeing how long it's going to take to make these 4 bosses and then have the 4 enemies. Look, it's stuck. And then it slowed way down. What in the world? What's going on here, pal? Oh, look at that. On a fail, it just simply keeps running the code forever. That doesn't seem right at all. I guess that doesn't do that there, so I need to do this as well here. That's fine. I'm glad I checked for the fail. It just tried to put in 300 animations of the boss. So I guess kudos to my plugin for being able to handle so many animations and have it only slow to 20 FPS. But probably not a good plan. I still gotta make the tutorial for this plugin so I can hand it over to players so they can, not players, I mean to RM people so they can use it. Because all the items and the player running around and all the enemies are governed by my own animation plugin. Well, governed by my image plugin, and then my image plugin has a child plugin of it that does animations. The actual animation plugin itself is a hot mess that is so not designed for random people to use. It needs to be worked on. But the other one, the actual visuals thing that does all the, you know, work under the hood, it works fine. Perfect. It displays all this too. Oh, that's right, I can just click on these. WASD also move the character and select all the options, so I end up doing that a lot too. Alright, let's see if we can trigger a fail. I remember when I was building this memory manager thing, like, some of the tests could take as long as 7 minutes before it would start lagging. And I didn't really understand why for the longest time, but it sucked because you'd have to run the simulate the situation for 7 minutes or something, and then see if it worked. Did it fail this time? This is much quicker than that. Ah, it succeeded this time. That's no fun. Don't succeed, fail. Why does my code have to actually work? Don't you know you're supposed to fail here? That's right, that's where we've arrived at now. I'm hoping my code fails intentionally. Oh, I don't need to back away from it at all. Okay. Now that's an interesting error. Let me add that to my list of errors. Let's see, errors. If player exits, then returns, actually exits a level from the menu, then returns, it keeps the same starting coordinates. I'm assuming that's what happened. I don't really exit levels and then come back in over and over, so it's not really something I've really tested till now. Oh, look, it succeeded again, didn't it? Look at that. You can see where this is, why I didn't really notice the problem that much, because it seems to succeed most of the time. I'm gonna go find my favorite diva and see if he'll fail for me. Alrighty then. Now the player's really fast too. Huh. So apparently the going in and out of levels causes some problems. See if that resets the speed. Okay, so that still works to reset the speed, but I'll add that to notes there. Sometimes speed is also off. Add that to the notes of the scenario where it's using the wrong location. Did it fail this time? Maybe? Maybe? Really? You're just going to succeed every time now? Is that what's happening? What? I mean, like you say, it was barely failing before, and then just tonight it's been kind of fail happy until I'm actually trying to see it fail. Then it's like, nope. That's weird that it would dictate the player being way over here. But this time it didn't. I guess it is randoming between the map. So maybe the maps just have that memorized? I don't know. Look, it failed, but here it is. No problem. Well, that seems reasonable. Huh. I'll have to decide which order they're going to be for dangerous. Well, actually, kind of already did do that, but I kind of designed their attacks later, and the attacks, some of them are much more dangerous than others. Like the clown boss is now significantly more dangerous than the Annie Bell boss, but the clown boss is supposed to be the first one. I think the Teddy's supposed to be the last of the group. He says I have them, but I guess I might test it, and if they just kind of turn out to be tougher in a different order, I'll just do that. Say, because it's just a prototype, so it's not going to have story or anything. That's for later. That's right, I have an object that doesn't do anything currently. Do I want it to make it do anything? I have a time object. And it's a holdover from the Game Jam version where you could sit there and collect them to stop the enemies from leveling for a while. Because I was very big on a half-minute hero style of gameplay. But this game's not supposed to be half-minute hero. The other game was the more half-minute hero style game, so... Which, if you have never looked up Half Minute Hero, you should. It literally is the world's fastest RPG where you have 30 seconds to beat the level. It's hilarious. There's actually ways where you can buy more time by giving the goddess of time money, because she says time is money. And you level up super fast and everything, go on quests and all that, and it all happens in 30 seconds. It is the craziest thing. There's also a super secret unlockable last area called Half Minute it's like Half Minute Hero 3 or something like that, and it's you have 3 seconds to beat the level. You refresh the time and all that, but I think the speedrun record for it is 14 seconds or something. Fastest speedrun ever. I think I'm just gonna remove this wait, no, it's the item table. It just doesn't do anything, so I guess I just don't include it. Yeah. There's also a weird light item. Which might actually... I guess I can make the hourglass reduce all the status ailments. That's fine. Worse than that, I have a light item that does that too, so... That just reduces it for the darkness thingy. Do I need different items for things? I guess the hourglass is a little easier to figure out what it does. Whereas the little ball of light's kind of unnecessary. Huh. Or did I not code that in? Could have sworn I did, but maybe not. Or I took it out. That's possible too. Ah, yes, the old encounter system. Am I keeping the old encounter system set up? Originally, it started spawning more and more things as the longer you went to make it harder and harder on you. But I've kind of adopted more of a random encounter style effect now, where it's just, you know, you encounter, it spawns whatever event in nearby, just randomly, a certain number of them, as opposed to having a level up system. I don't think I'm going to use this system, so I think I'm going to comment it out temporarily, and I'll decide if it's if I want to keep it later. And these stars don't do anything anymore. Yeah, okay. So, what are the variables for those? I'm going to bring that up. Actually, wait, they're all in the plugin here. I can get them all from page 1, I believe. Let's see. That's page 2 has them all. So, poison pool, darkness, slow pool here. I think those are the only status amounts right now. I'm just going to go ahead and grab all these so I don't have to remember. Because I doubt I will. This can cause a big fat error, but that's okay. It doesn't really matter. I just need some information here. Let's see. If, game variables dot value 69. If is greater than 0, that's a value. How much are we gonna do? I might probably do a global change. I use status tracing. Sorry, that. That is reduced, I guess. Yeah, sure, whatever. And then if it's less than 0, now let's do less than or equals because I don't want to run this command once. Equal 0, then I'm going to flip the switch here. Wait, I don't need to flip the switch at that point. It's already flipped by its own command. No. Wait. This will break the thing, right? Let me check how I coded this. This might break it if I am not careful. Okay, so if that's off, sure. No, it's just obscure. It'll turn itself off. I'm gonna say otherwise I'm gonna run into a real problem here. I don't want to deal with. I don't need the switch there. I just need there. So if it's less than 0, set its value to 0, just so we don't end up with negative numbers on that. This one's going to be darkness. I'll put it inside that. That's not going to be a good idea. This one is going to be, I don't need this anymore. Poison, so one, actually 67 does the duration. .68 is slow. In hindsight, I should have just, had a variable name here for the actual event ID. So I could have just changed that at the top and just made it a variable for all of these, which I don't know if I'm going to go back to that. I kind of want to, but I'm not going to. I want to. I really do. What's going on with those? Did I forget the thing in here? I might have. Need one more, do you? I just forgot to copy this last little bit at the bottom there. And then also, yeah, I should have double checked this code before I did that, but listen, I didn't. So there you go. That's my explanation for what happened here. This is why I don't usually code at 3 a.m. Well, now that I started streaming it, I code at 3 a.m. Usually this is my art time. Art's all about being inaccurate and it's just fun, but coding is not going to get away with that. Not so much. So, let's see here. I think that's all I need. Wait a minute. Let's up the rate that these are spawned. So 4 and 5 are there, so plus 4. I'm just balancing it by its case number here, but I'm probably going to balance it differently later. Almost certainly. I'll change up the music at some point too. I put on just one of the albums I had for that, and well, I think we've looped through it at least a few times by now. I kind of just forget about it and just get to coding and working on stuff. Sometimes I say I'm going to change it, and then half an hour later actually remember to change it. That's happened at least a handful of times. It's me. I need enemies nearby that I can destroy to get the things. I should have picked a one with enemies that actually came to me. This, I didn't think this through very well. Are you caught in there? I destroyed that time. I picked it up by accident. Oof. Come on, let's get a bunch of those spawned or something. I reduced the enemy spawn rate, so now the things that would drop them aren't around. That's such a worse decision on my part. I guess I could just spawn them randomly anywhere. There's an hourglass. Poisoned real fast if I can. The timing on that was such that I couldn't even tell if it actually helped or not. Ugh. Did it error at all? No. Okay, this is just annoying. Spawn faster. I want to kill enemies to get them to drop these things here. Also, destroyables can spawn fast because those will also spawn what I need. Fair enough. Let's just go wild. Click that. Oh wait, I said I was going to change the music. I almost forgot. Switch over to the other one instead, since it has two of these. I am a little tired of those tracks. Flip it over the other album that they had. The ironic albums that I was once copyright struck for even running, even though I paid for them from RM. He applies darkness. That'll work. I mean, I got copyright struck for using stuff from Humble Bundle too. So I mean, you think you buy music, the rights to use the music, and you don't even get the rights to use the music. It's terrible. I just need stuff to play in the back of the stream. And unfortunately, because YouTube's copyright system for music is such that it's just so much better than Twitch is at figuring out if something's copyrighted, that, well, I can't really run things like Spotify or whatever in the background. Like, I could do that on Twitch itself, it wouldn't be a problem, but here, might just take the stream down in the middle of it. It's like, okay, alright. It did seem to reduce it. I'd like to get the darkness higher though to really test it. I forgot that most of these don't actually apply the darkness. Get lots of it on me. Keep hitting me. I reduced the duration because I thought, oh look, there's so many of them now. We should get much higher, much faster. Oh. I wasn't watching my health. Oops. You can heal afterwards. Oops. Alright, that's another error there. Can heal after dying. Stop. Actually, you can heal after dying. Actually, stop spell usage. Okay. And you try to get a setup going, and then you just flub it. All the numbers for the damage are just all over the place. I need to balance that some year. Some year, I mean, you just balance it like probably a couple streams before I start. Oh, also, status ailments don't clear after leaving a level. I mean, they clear, but they sit there for a while, and that's not what I want. Oh yeah, and there's still that problem with sometimes the image vanishes, but the actual event's still there. Lots of slow on me. Keep doing it. This item's actually really hard to test. Because things don't apply enough of the status ailment to make it seem even that useful, from what I can tell. Yeah, it's like not even that useful. Maybe it needs to clear a lot more and they need to apply a lot more. Let's play with numbers here a bit. This is under object destroyed. We'll do a big number so it's really apparent. And then we're going to take the Annies and we're going to make them just... We're going to make her spawn so much darkness by comparison, I think. Let's see, what's the duration on these here? Look at the pools. The pools are... Let's put a big duration on these. We'll do like... We'll do 10. We'll just make it seem like a... For the hams all the time. But if I do that, I need to make a quick change here. I was testing a game over if the darkness got too powerful, but well, game over is not really. It doesn't end the game. All it does is kick you out of the level, but I don't know. I have an idea of having a global darkness thing that, you know, if it gets, like, all of them can make it get darker, and if it's dark enough, then you lose, but I don't think that's going to be in this particular thing here, and it might not be something I run with. That was also before I designed, you know, a poison mechanic and a slow mechanic. So I love the little Annie waddle that they do. I don't like that it vanished without actually killing it, though. Right. Over there, yeah. Didn't die that time either. That's weird. Is there an error going on? Part of that image going away but then not going away thing. Not those. I need the boss out here. As much as I want to screw with that other error right now, I really don't. Because that error is not very important to me right now. Jumped right in the way. Like knight in shiny armor for the other Annies. Yep. Perfect. I may leave it at just -10. I can increase all the status ailment durations by a lot if I include an item that heals them. And originally I didn't have a way to heal them, so it's probably a good idea that I have an item that does it. Like, you can't buy the item. I haven't included a system like that yet, but if you can just kill things to get them to drop, it does make them a little less obnoxious. Of course, then it kind of forces you to have to actually collect the items in order to get it to wear off, because it would eventually wear off, but it takes so long. I don't know. It seems necessary. Every stream, my respect for the Diablo designers goes up for the amount of interactions you have to worry about. It suddenly becomes so complicated, and it's like, here's this neat ability. How does it react with everything else? Yeah, I'm fine with this. All the status ailments are right there, so... Okay, so we don't need that on my list of things to do. I have a big list of things that I'm working on. So that one's fine. I was gonna make this character just do nothing for the moment. I don't know if I'm doing there yet. I might make her a shop too, potentially, but eventually she will be, but I don't want to do any of the writing right now, so okay with that. I fix this error here. I do have to do dialogue. I think it's just about balancing at this point and then fixing the error with the sometimes the image vanishing. Because the boss works, the mouse seems to be working well enough. So the last big error is in fact that the image sometimes gets removed before the enemy dies. So I'll fix that and then I'll balance later. Because I'm not going to make any more... Oh wait, I also have to fix some of the attacks of the player if I'm going to include them. Am I going to include them though in the first version? I might, and just leave it completely unbalanced because I don't care on the first version. I guess I need to fix those too. Okay, so that'll require me to write a whole system, but I guess I'll try to solve this other system, this other problem first. Not really a system, but so it's object damage that's doing it. I remember I tried to make a change here, but the problem was the change caused another error. And after sitting there and messing with it for, I think, like 2 hours, I came to the conclusion that it's actually just running the code too fast. Or something along those lines, because the code was... I mean, I went down and tested every single line. The code was correct. It's just... It was executing too fast, but including this command in here meant that it executed just slow enough that it worked. It was bizarre. But even then, this command here, it only removes it if their HP is equal or less than to 0, and then it should destroy itself. And yet, sometimes it just removes the image anyway. This code's not in there. Oh, that's also right. The reason this code is there is, though it would remove the image anyway, and it waits until object destroyed happens, and that can take a while. So there'll be like about, I want to say 3 to 4 frames where the enemy will still be there. And that's not so good. Destroyable does it too. That's what I'm not certain is how it could possibly execute this code here, but then fail to execute these codes. Because the only time this ever is going to trigger is when that happens there. And that would make the image go away. This one's been bugging me for quite a while too. Oh, this makes me want to make some fast-paced game music. Watching someone build it was a parkour game. It was a really fast-paced one. Kind of reminded me of Jet Set Radio in a way, and it was Pretty cool. They were building it in UE, and I was just like, wow. I need to not watch these because now I want to make one of those too. The guy's literally been working on it for years. I'm like, yeah, okay. We'll just add that project. That'll work out. No, it won't. It's just not going to happen. It did look fun, though. I'm not going to lie. I have no idea how I'd program all that physics stuff, though. Not one bit. I only vaguely know how you did the animations for it. Okay, maybe a little less than vaguely, but I still don't know very well. Well, I can't destroy it first. If I destroy it first, then it won't run all the other information either. Because it'd be a lot easier if I could just destroy it first. I mean, I could set these to a different variable that, you know, isn't related to that and then do it. Would that even work? Well, this one's the event object too, and it runs code off of that, so I have to change that up too. I guess my question is, would that even matter? Let's run this without the code there first. I'm pretty certain this caused this problem here. And that'll give me time to think about what I'm going to do on that. This is a pretty obnoxious error. I want to run some sort of thing that makes it where they, I think once they come near me here. Let me think about that. I could run a code in the image thing that sits there and can destroy the event if the image is removed. Did I really want my image plugin to deal with that too? You'd have to find the stuff there? It seems kind of ridiculous. Oh. Okay, apparently using WSD still causes a slight mouse error there. It only came up every once in a while, so it's not that bad. Let's break things. Actually, those ones don't have the thing. But this one's here, the enemies that have it. I didn't change the code for the other ones. The thing is, most of the time it works. But the enemies' hitboxes are... How are you inside of that? 1 second here. How is she walking inside of that? Is there a through on her? I don't see a through for her. How are you passing through this? All these fun little errors that show up. Huh. I'm not sure how she's managed to pull it off at all. Because you can see her collider. She has a collider. She's just moving along through things. Doesn't even care. All the other ones don't seem to have that problem. That's just weird. Are you like superpowered Annie here? You're just not going to keel over dead? Nope, you're just going to jump out of the way, huh? Broke. Kind of made him irritating to kill. I gave him a little hop that I forgot about. That hops him out of the way of things. That's actually just triggered off them being hurt. Or I wrote a code to turn hurt on for them, and they run a behavior if they're hurt. So I'm not getting the error to trigger at all. But the thing is we're seeing the other error that I encountered, which is they're not registering the damage. Sometimes they are, but I mean, they all have exactly the same health, so every one of them should be dying in, you know, one hit. Some of them are taking like 3 or 4. Because I have that in players' damage set intentionally really high. Again, there's no balance at the moment. I have no idea what I'm doing with balance, but I gotta worry about balancing after I make everything, or I'll make the stuff I'm gonna make for this. I need an Annie to hit. This must be some kind of a timing issue. You need regular Annies to test on. If I didn't remove this, and these... Well, that one's not dying either. Did it in 2 hits. They have the same health, so they should die in just the one. If I put this code back in, I should have made a point-and-click adventure game, is what I'm hearing here. I've got to balance a point-and-click adventure game. Could have got all the cool 2D graphics there that I just used for the map/store area. Oh, can't do that. Yeah, once again, she's managed to walk through things. That's weird. How much health do these things have? I could have sworn I fixed this problem, but it was a weird fix. It wasn't a very good fix. Because most of the, well, I guess this apparently works fix. I'm tempted to just write these variables onto the enemy, so actually just onto all the events, so that each event could just have their own HP and everything that's just attached to the object, and then I don't have to worry about it. Because I think that the getting these self variables forces it to have to do a lot of additional dealing with the game interpreter and all that, because these are stored somewhere else. And the problem with that is it's just one more thing that has to be accessed, and then you gotta wait on. They have a HP. I already made one. Right, here it is. Lowercase. So I did. Yeah, if at any point you ever want to add your own variable, or just to any of the objects like that, the easiest way I found to do it is you just go to this, game character based prototype Intuit members there, and just add this dot whatever you like. I actually started a system for that, but then I um, got to doing other things. For doing that, just add whatever you like. I was going to switch everything to that because it just seems so much more efficient if the object itself has the variables and not some other global thing like they do with self switches, where the self switches aren't even on the actual object in question. You're just like, oh my god, really? Which is why when you destroy the event, you have to run a thing to clear the self variables. They're just destroying the event. Which they didn't really have a system to spawn events in either. It has to be added by devs, or by plugin devs. I think I want to put this one in the location. That's probably good enough. I'm hoping that in the time it takes to access, its own property, it'll be much faster than having to call upon the game interpreter to do all that and run all that ridiculous amount of code. ARM really is programmed like a giant stack of Jenga, and it's just, start taking little things out of there, and it's just, the whole thing comes crashing down. Because things are programmed as just a giant stack instead of being a bunch of objects that you can just call upon. They're all separate. They'll also be invincible at the moment because I didn't change her code to adjust the hit point thing. Actually, the boss has 0 hit points, right? No? Huh. I need an Annie that's not spawned inside of a box. There we go. Oh, look, they're all next to each other. They're just little twins. Seems to work pretty good. Well then. We change that for everything else. Guess we'll run the console for all of them. I'll make certain they all do what they're supposed to, because I grow tired of that self variables thingy. I don't know why it would fail on any of them, but whatever. The player doesn't actually use the same system, so who cares? And the projectiles destroy themselves if they are damaged, allowing the player to basically shoot projectiles out of the air if they want. Which is kind of weird, but I actually found it to be sort of fun, so I just left it. I was like, alright, well, as long as it's fun, works for me. I like the drive-by method of entering levels. As long as I trigger the portal nearby it, it's going to still run the code, so you can still move a bit before the portal locks you down. It doesn't really matter because the code still works, so now I'm just doing the drive-by on them because it's just fun. What time it vanished too quickly. Well, at no point does it ever say 0. But I think I might want to have some additional code here to test that. Actually, I probably want the event ID on this, don't I? I'm sure I'm doing this for the boss. I'm not worried about the boss. I'm not going to sit there and gun down the boss. That's too much effort. We'll make this for the destroyables, though. So I can more properly track this. With the event ID at the end. I don't need that. I need it there. I also want to track it on just the enemies in that, so I don't got to sit there and constantly try to figure out which one I'm I'll hunt down the one I need to attack just to test. Console log is your friend. The more console logs you have, the more information, the more likely you are to spot the pattern that's breaking. Annies are pretty good test subjects since the jacks don't tend to move around, so you have to actually hunt those down, and that takes some more effort. I don't want to do that. Bring this up here and keep it over the side. Lag the game, but that's okay. It doesn't matter. Why is this one just sitting there forever, huh? So here's the problem there. That one that just got destroyed, number 1 there, I hit it over and over and over, and it didn't subtract the one thing at all from it. It's like the damage amount was somehow 0? I guess that's possible. But if that's the case, why would it suddenly work? Huh. Huh. Alright, well, let's log the damage amount as well. Somewhere in here is a problem going on. This system works about as well as the other, which makes me believe that it's not the time it takes to access that self-variable plugin that's making the difference. I might need to set up some sort of promise system or something so I can make certain things actually receive the right amount of information. Though I don't think that necessarily works. Only because I'm dealing with a lot of other people's plugins, so there's no guarantee it's even gonna. I'd have to rewrite their plugin too, and I don't want to rewrite like everybody's plugin to do that. No, I don't want to do that. So it's still doing one there, but it's just saying. Here's an interesting thing. Why is this 1? If it only triggers when it's below 0 or equal to 0. Oh, I see, I see. At the very bottom is setting itself variable once again to that. So, but I don't really need to do that down here, do I, right? I just got tired of writing HP over and over and over, but I could just add this code back in there so it does the reverse there is now equal to HP. It's a little wonky, but well, could just type prevent HP in each one. I'm just gonna do this for now. I'll probably come back and change it later, but for purposes of this quick test. Oh, it's a ghetto method, but I'm not going to worry about making my code perfect if I'm going to probably end up changing it in, I don't know, a minute, maybe 2. Just a quick test to see if it's actually causing some issues. Also, I wasn't setting the HP difference anyway, so. The 39 triggered an extra time. It hit 0 and then had to trigger one more time to even destroy itself. Oh boy. Cause a lag fiesta while that's open. It went down to negative 13 but took a bunch of damage. That's fine. I'm okay with that. Right here, 38 was at negative 8, negative 3. It triggered a bunch of times over. It didn't actually finish with the destroy code until here. That's weird. That shouldn't be possible. Because it should finish the entire if statement. Well, whichever one it selects. It's an if else, so it should do one or the other every single time. It came down to here and then stopped? Let's put a thing at the end here. This will be number 2. 2, I mean, type 1, then have to read that 2. And then 3. Or where is this code breaking at? It's breaking somewhere. I will find it. Ooh. 3:49 a.m. Definitely the best time for solving coding problems. Not doing art like I normally would like to do. I love this entire album is just entirely musical things, and then for this, there's like one track where it's just got all these words in it. Like, huh, there we go. This is sold by RPGMaker too, so they expect you to use this inside of one of your games at some point. I guess. I gotta shoot it. It's invincible. I'm just gonna find a different one. I think that one's stuck or something. I don't know. I can throw projectiles at me just fine. So 81 got to here and then it stopped at 2. And then 81 got to here and it stopped at 2. So what's wrong with 2? Alright. I'll have it try the code, and if it doesn't succeed with the code, I'll have it just, you know, throw up an error and continue. Perhaps that's the issue. Why am I getting those? I don't need those. I just want regular enemies because that's the only one I got the code up for to see if they're the right thing. It's hidden down there. Alright, it did destroy itself. Yeah, look at that. Even then, it still stopped at 2 for some reason. Huh. Should probably put on this one anyway. I knew this error would be a problem to solve. I've tried it before and it's led to all kinds of fun times. On the plus side, this code will be able to be used for other games if I want. just change some numbers and everything, and change the names of things, and the back end code would work just fine. I mean, obviously write different attacks and behaviors for the enemies, but different abilities for the player, but most of the code would be the same. It would just be the changing of the actual player stuff, so. Oh, that was fast. I mean, they're supposed to die in one hit, so clearly those I haven't changed the code for, so they're still going to be broken. I don't know why I brought the boss out. I don't need the boss. I need the regular ones. Ooh, look at that. Just load right up. Well, that one's missing a little bit. Okay, so because my attack does 5, they have 2 hit points. That's why it just kills them instantly. So, the problem all along has been with the item spawning thing. Okay, well, at least I know where the problem is. Which means that to fix this problem, let's just put a try catch on you. Not the perfect fix, but for now. And is that done anywhere else? I guess, well, it would be on the boss too. It'd be pretty pathetic the boss doesn't spawn those things, but I don't know, I could also have a different command that just deals with the item spawns entirely, but I kind of wanted to just do the do it all in-house, so to speak. Right, so item table fails somehow. But you'll notice that none of them spawn the items. Not a single one. What is this nightmare? Just why did I do it? A dumb level system that I used to have. I can probably remove all that anyway. Once again, ancient code from a time best forgotten. Kind of makes me wonder why the alien was even there. So switch type. Do I need to switch type? I don't think I need to switch the type at all, right? Because the item table only gets used if those are spawned. I could actually put everything inside of the item table that dictates how much is spawned of every one thing. Instead of sending a total, it would just be the event object sends itself in the type there, so it knows where to pick from the list, and then the list itself figures out the number of items. That's got to be better than having the numbers other places, right? It makes sense. Also, I stopped handling the whole event object because a lot of times that causes errors. All the items actually are just rigged to hop in a random direction, which is why they all go exploding everywhere. So I don't need to worry about spawning them in different directions. They'll just randomly hop somewhere, and Then they show their graphic, so it looks like they've been spawned there. Kind of a cheap cop out, actually, but it's pretty effective. It's easier than calculating stuff. Just like, I don't really need to calculate it. I'm good. I don't know why I didn't use that same method for the various fires when they were spawning around the player and everything, but yeah, that works too. Well, enemy level is no longer a thing. I don't care. Lights for that. I think I'll do it the other way. It usually works way better. Because otherwise, this often leads to an error. I'll do it like that, and then I can just leave code exactly the same. Not the best way, but again, I'm probably going to be changing it in a second anyway. Oh. I suppose I had to put that there too. That might be handy. I know this is counterintuitive, but in my experience with dealing with RM, it does cause errors the other way. It really does. Item drops. How many item drops can you do? I usually like to have everything in one location. So eventually, I'm going to want the system to use the E-type thing here where it pushes whichever one it is over. And then I decide how many enemies items are spawned on that. But for right now, that's not happening. No. We'll do it this way here. I guess I want it separate for the boss. I don't care right now. I'm not going to change for the boss yet. I also don't need different items for purposes of the currency. I just had different doll parts because I worked on the theory that they were destroying all the dolls and they would just use the body parts as currency. It's not like they have a mint, so they can't exactly make coins or anything or any kind of other money. They just... It's like bottle caps and pot, only these are more gruesome, I guess. Why don't I just copy this code? Oh, that's right. So... Seems like I need... just copy this whole code there because I think I'm missing part of that in this here. The boss doesn't need that code because the boss doesn't despawn itself if the player is too far away, like the enemies will. Keep our arm from exploding, which it would do. You need quite a few enemies though. I've definitely had over 20 enemies on the screen at once that are just doing their thing. That was an old test too. The new animation's much better than that one, so. With the other game, I had an error once where it just kept letting me have unlimited enemies, and it got over 20 of them, and it's just all doing their 30 frames a second animations, and it just ran at 60 FPS. It didn't even care. That's weird. Causes that problem there. And look, there's the issue with getting stuck. Or get stuck for a moment. That's better than it trying to randomly run places though, so that's fine. I gotta fix the spawn thing there, but still. There you go, 0. Nice. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Let's go pick on an enemy. Let's shoot some random books instead. Those books knew had it coming. The most important thing I'm noticing here is that I'm not getting any of the fails. Right? Runs all the code there, runs all the code. This 3 was what was breaking it. And I haven't seen a 3 fail yet, which means that the code seems to be working pretty well there. Really is just that event OBJ. If you try to hand the whole event, it can cause problems. Better to just call the event from the function itself. And just hand a number. These are great. Oh, I had the double image problem there. Minor problem, but I guess I'll add it to my list of problems to look at. They don't receive a double effect, so I don't really care that there's 2 images sometimes. I'm assuming it's just running the code too fast, but the question also is if it's running the same code, why is one of the images rotating one way and the other one rotated in the other? It doesn't make any sense. Because, I mean, it's the same item. It should be telling it to rotate it the same way. That's the whole point. Just one image command saying, hey, rotate this. I'm like, okay. This. Nope. That it's being weird. I think we can agree this all works now. That problem is much easier to solve than I thought. So let's change those back on the item table there to spawn potentially everything and not just the hourglasses. I'm not sure I'm going to balance this, but I'm probably going to have a different section for case for destroyables, case for bosses, and then I'm probably going to have the type as well, the E type, that from the other one there. So this way, each type of enemy will have a thing. Not right now. Nope, don't care. I will have one for the boss though. Wait a minute. I guess for purposes of this, I don't actually need to do any of that. Let's take all this. Let's run it at the end here. total will equal 0 because that'll be an easy way to test. For enemies, total is going to equal that. And then case boss, and then total for the boss, we'll say like 20 just for fun explosion. And then case destroyable. And I guess those can random 3. I don't fight back, so you should get way less rewards for destroying triple. Yeah, we'll random 2, I guess. You might get lucky occasionally. I'm obviously going to be tweaking the numbers a lot here. I don't think they even need to spawn another X4. Okay, so then we're hitting type there, which means that I'm going to want to change the command up here. I think this is probably unnecessary to run all these too. I'll leave it for now. I don't make multiple changes at the same time because it might... I won't know which one caused the problem if I cause a problem. Could you believe I foolishly have 3 different types of each enemies and there were 7 types of enemies? So, 21 types of enemies? Yeah, okay. Balance that. Oh. 3 failed. It did spell this the same, right? Huh. Weird. I don't care about the boss one because I'm not going to kill the boss for testing this. Here I just want to make it much more complicated for reasons. I do need a better item system anyway, so I probably should be hunting type as well. I just don't think it should be that everything spawns the same number. That's weird. I should really make the portals lock down the player's movement faster than that. But I'm enjoying my little drive-bys, so... By the time it succeeded. So how did that one fail that one time? Oh yeah, I increased her darkness to some stupid level since I included the ability to heal darkness, so figured it would probably be nice to make her have enough darkness to matter. It's kind of demonic when if she's far enough in the shadows. Oh, oh. I don't think it's do a lot of damage there. No, things seem to be working just fine. I don't know what caused the error that time. There's a lot happening, so every once in a while you'll just get a random error in the code, and I think a part of it is that since I'm constantly recycling event IDs, because if you don't, what'll happen is RM's event array will get so big that eventually it will lag out RM. Like seriously, just having to search that array, it can eventually. It takes about the 7-minute error or something when I was testing MV, where after 7 minutes of doing that, it would eventually just cause the FPS to collapse. So everything, including RM, is built around them just putting that information everywhere, not on the actual events. So it took a while to find all the different locations people were storing this information and remove them so that they wouldn't have this problem where it would cause more and more lag. But every once in a while, I think that there's some image that, some information that's just not being deleted somewhere. Every new plugin I add in, there's a danger of someone else storing their information in a weird location. Try not to add many more plugins. We're not even going to talk about the Q plugins and the ridiculous nightmare they can be. It's fine. Just don't worry about it. Actually, I have a thing where it's literally telling it to clear the collider for it, because for some reason it doesn't clear its own colliders. It leaves them. If you have it set to 0, it leaves a 0 collider for that there, but it keeps it in memory until you exit the map. It's so dumb. Granted, I don't think that anyone thought they were going to be running as many events as I run. Or, I'm going to spawn like, thousands of events over the course of a level and remove them, since the whole map is built out of hundreds of events by itself. Every enemy's event, every projectile's event. The lights are events. Everything's an event. So having thousands of these colliders just in the collider thing, every time it checks for all the hits, it would make it lag out too. So this appears to work, and it just had an error one time. I'm just going to go ahead and chalk it up to a random conflict between an event that previously had that event ID. Because if it doesn't, after all the times I shot, it never occurred again, so. I think I will leave the try on this though, just so I can see the fail appear. But the rest of it I don't think I need. I think I can get rid of the rest of the console logs on this one. But yeah, I'll definitely keep that try. That's just a concerning one. I didn't copy the console logs there. See, whenever you need to solve a coding problem, just put console logs along every single line, and eventually you'll figure out where it breaks, and then you can figure out what is breaking. I mean, if your stuff's really simple, you probably don't need to do that, but you can see how much code is running here. You probably need to do it at that point. I don't think this code does anything. I think it was a stopgap to try to solve a problem that just didn't matter. Oh, it wasn't caused by it. But so I'm going to try removing this code too, because I don't think it needs to run additional weird code. Anytime I can make it run less code, it's a good plan. Just need to get rid of this, right? Let's try cache here. Oops. All this code runs a lot of times, so anytime I can cut code out, I'm down. See, that makes a difference. Originally, I had it in the destroy section, but I started running it before that because it was causing problems. Oh, I thought it was. Oh, 419. Feeling pretty good about streaming tonight. Not as tired, so I'll probably keep streaming much longer than I was normally going to do. Okay, that code needs to be there, 100%. I do like that the enemies, the little anti-bills are sitting there waving and then they die. Like they're waving goodbye. Which does seem very in keeping with them. And I think it's kind of adorable, but it would look weird for everything else. It'd just be funny for them. I could remove the one just for them so that they wave and then they die. I should make an animation of them actually falling over dead, but then I have to make it for all 8 directions, which doesn't really take very long. It just means that there's so many more files available, like for the game, that I have to have. And the files are all tiny, but because of the way it's being animated, the enemies here have 2,375 files. And the characters currently have 3,203 files. So, just animation frames, that's all. So if I had 8 directions of them falling over and it's, 30 frames of animation like that, it's 240 more frames of animation for each enemy that does it. And I have a fast way to do it. It doesn't take hardly any time. It'll probably take me, I don't know, 15 to 25 minutes, depending upon how complicated I want the animation to be, to make it. And then the rendering time will be based entirely upon how difficult the model was to render. So for the main character, it'll take like 3 minutes per frame. It's terrible. But for the anti-bills, they don't even have like a lot of opposable joints. That's why they kind of wave their arms around, because they don't have elbows or anything. So they actually render really fast. I think they're like 15 to 20 seconds per frame. But I'm wondering at what point is it just too many files for people? I mean, it's still a tiny game though. The files are small. I think the whole game is what? Let's see. How big is this game? Currently it's 240 megabytes. That's it. And there's files in there that I can easily remove. Some of them are, like parallaxes that are only there for purposes of me looking at stuff. Like in the event map there. I'm not going to include that there. Actually, there's a backup file there. So that's like an extra, like 12 megs of just files that don't even matter right there. And I haven't even compressed everything yet, so I guess the number of files doesn't really matter that much. So this appears to work just fine. Oh yeah, when the player exits the level and then comes back in, it uses the wrong coordinate. How does that even happen? So let's see. It runs through this code here. It resets on. This is the portal setup. Sure. Transfer info. The transfer info for that is defined by where is the event that does this? Fast abilities there. Did I not make one of these for menus? I need to make one of these, like a thing for menus, so I know where everything is. This one here. What does the portal setup? Okay. Because nothing can ever be too easy. That would be no fun. A portal setup is saying It gives it XY, but the XY is 75. But that's weird. Let's see. So map selector does its thing. Map builder is actually the one that moves things, I believe. Let's see. Some of these old systems that I don't even need anymore. Like, they don't actually do anything. I just haven't gone through and cleaned out all the crap from this from like 2 years ago. That might be something to do one day. Just go, don't need this. It'd probably help this project out a bunch. I did that with the other project, but not this one. The other project was actually more complex than this one, but then I decided to make this one the better one instead of building this one on top of the other better code. I don't know why I did this. At no point is this actually setting the player's location. I don't need this console log either. I was wondering where that console log was. I figured it was somewhere along this group, but I didn't bother to look it up because it only logs one time when you start a level, so I was like, I don't care that much right now. I don't use this boss thing there. In fact, it actually just says skip on it, so let's just go ahead and delete that because, you know, that skip's been there for a couple weeks now and I have not noticed it, so okay. So 1 and 2 in the transfer info. Might keep that skip. Double array. I don't even remember coding this one. This one doesn't even have the last anything else in that. It's like I half coded it, never finished. All right. Actually, some of this code is old. It's bad. It's real bad. Other code, you know, whatever. So whatever 228 is, why would I set 228? There's transfer info. What other places it's set? Start intro, not going to be there. Start game doesn't matter. Game over map selector, events that don't matter, only one of those is useful. This does set it, but it sets it to one specific area, and story intro I don't think is even used anymore. So it's map selector, portal 3 I guess. What's portal 3 saying? I think what's happening is I'm setting the self variable at the start of each of the portals. Don't need this one anymore. Okay, I'm gonna change up the music again. I've gotten tired of this one. Go back to Wingless Seraph. Okay, it's unlocked. Sure, that's fine. I did that. OK is being pressed. Transfer info is just equal to its own self-variable transfer info. Well, that would mean these the story map ones were doing it. And of course, lazy old me decides to make an entire thing for that though, so portal set. Like, well, just streamline it. Well, it was streamlined, but yeah. So how is the status menu setting itself variables for that? Transfer info appears to just literally be set here and everything, and then it just pulls that whatever is sending. So that means it'd be setting the information for each of the portals? That can't be right. It'd have to be some sort of thing where it's just relocating the player. That seems more accurate to me, that it's just relocating the player. We can test that. That we can do. Alright, so on map selector, console.log gameplayer.x gameplayer.y, and this is a map selector that's doing it. Actually, wait, now do map selector. Put it on map builder. The map selector is what it's actually transferring the player around. And then already at the bottom here, we'll do a second one there and see what it says on that. And then for status menu, so status menu, maybe status menu doesn't get turned off when you exit a level. We'll check that in a bit. I want to see if it's bouncing me around or not. How much can happen when before the screen fades in, you know? I guess it doesn't matter which one I go into. I just need to keep going into them and then exiting over and over. Yeah, okay, so it starts there and I walk down the things there. That's fine. Sure. I'm going to increase the speed in the menu too. I might make the portals auto-trigger the option to go into them if the player's nearby them. Because right now the only way to do it is to hit like spacebar or something. That's a little weird. Because once it actually brings it up, then you can click on it with the mouse. But otherwise, it doesn't really have an option to click on with the mouse. Why am I doing that? So let me double check that it did that. Yeah, 8. Perfect. Sure. Close this, go into here. Head right back in. Yep. Maybe I can't even get the arrow to trigger. I mean, if I can't get the arrow to trigger, that's fine too. I won't worry about it if that's the case, but it does seem like something that should be figured out. I'll go into a different one. I remember last time I was bouncing between them, so maybe that's causing it. That time it spawned just fine, right? Yep. Downside of making your own menu system, your own randomized area system, and all that, it just needs to... a lot of weird things going on. There's just so much custom code going on here. Speaking of people who built giant Jenga towers, my code's all very modular. This way it doesn't have the issues of basically just overloading RM. You're not actually overloading RM. What you're overloading is the browser, which limits how much you're allowed to have. You're only allowed to have only so many resources as your browser tab that your game is in won't lag any other browser tab. So it's entirely dependent upon whichever computer you're using and what's being used by the browser. But that is why you have way less resources than all the other programming languages, because all these are inside of browsers. Even when you package RM by itself, it's still inside of a browser. The mini Chromium browser, and that's built into all of the browsers. So it doesn't matter which one you use, even if you make it a web-only game and they're playing it in Opera or something, doesn't matter. You have to be really careful to constantly keep your memory very, very clean. Because you're probably working at best with maybe 10% of the computer's resources, whereas, you know, all the other programming languages get all of it. The good news is, well, this runs on anything that can run in a browser. Well, mostly. I mean, some of these plugins that I'm using from other people do not run browsers, but that's okay. I can't put this on itch as a browser-only game anyway, because they limit you to 1,000 files, and it's over 5,000 frames of animation, so yeah. Well, why am I fighting it? I don't need to fight him. I'm not able to trigger this error again. I don't know how I triggered it last time. One more thing I want to try to trigger the error, and then after that I'm gonna just assume the error was just a fluke. Unless I find a way to trigger it again. So we're gonna go into the menu and out of it again a bunch. That was weird. It didn't change the speed there. Once more, it makes it too fast. Interesting. Okay, so if you do it really quick like that, you can actually trigger it to get infinite speed. That's an interesting bug. Well, that's something we're going to deal with in a second. So we do that, and then exit the picture. Because when they're doing in the menu, I'm literally building an entire map on top of the other map in a small area and locking the player into that screen, and then changing their form into a ghost thing, well, actually just a particle, and then adjusting their speed. So, lots happening. There might be a bug or two. Ah. So it's like status menu is still running. Our status menu is off. There are 2 errors to worry about here. Because what it's clearly doing is it's running this last portion of the code here, where it jumps to the variables there. Let's see, this is if it's on. It should do this here, but you can apparently interrupt it here. We're gonna make a new one here. Status menu. Finished. Actually, just setup finished, I guess. Finished. I can't type today, apparently. It's 4:40 a.m., so you know. Gotta do what you gotta do. We're just gonna set a switch turning that on right here. And then after all that's done running, turn it off again. Then I get the feeling status menu itself just isn't off on the other one there, so I'm gonna turn it off. I think that's probably all I need. Alright, let's see if we can break it again. I guess I should close the previous version. No, we're still getting the speed error. It's every other time. Huh. Let's see if I can trigger the other error then. I think the reason why it only triggers the error sometimes is because I'm actually randoming between 9 maps. When I go in here, so the odds is you land on the same map isn't that high. There's not much reason to do that now, but the original system actually put 9 maps together. Well, that happened, so I didn't fix the problem. Yeah, the original one actually made an infinite world and just put all the maps together, and you just travel between maps and it would remember which map was there, but it had a lot of problems too, so... Also had no idea how to build a game like that. Just everything is randomly built along the way. That'd be nuts. Also didn't have a regular way to save all the information at the time because I didn't know how. Now I know how, but I don't need to make a whole random world. Putting content in that random world would take forever. So here's the thing. Why did it do 100? Because if you notice, when I was doing the menu, I was doing it right over by the starting area. I wasn't doing it over here. But it jumps the player. It's clearly the status menu doing it. Huh. I guess we're constantly looking to figure out where it goes. There's a lot of code that doesn't do anything anymore. I don't believe it anyway. Or I don't think it does. What I'm not certain is why this wouldn't cause it to work. Like, I mean, it would... It's like it's not finishing this code. Let me test that. What I'm actually hoping with this code is that it intentionally breaks it. Or the menu can never be opened again. After the first time, of course. If you break it in the middle of it. Nope, doesn't seem to care. If you do it really fast, then it screws it up. Huh. I guess we're doing console logs. That's not what I wanted to do here. I guess I have the moves to be way later. I might do that. I'm going to make the assumption that the weight works. I'll go to those. Those will probably both run at the same time. I don't think they actually do anything anymore, honestly. I've changed the animation system so many times. I don't usually like resorting to this, but at the same time, it works really well if you just are kind of at a logical impasse if I have no clue what's going on here. And this will, in fact, usually reveal the problem, or at least where the problem's happening, which does narrow it down a lot. There's a lot of code going on here, and yeah, it can get kind of problematic to figure it all out. Even with commenting it, there's just so much going on. So many systems. And it's not like the system's usually broken, because usually the systems are handling a whole bunch of other situations too, so it's just like, okay, I guess this is just a corner case or some other special code that I made that just wasn't very good, and yeah. Alright. So that triggered the error. So upon triggering the menu, it ran 8 through 15. And then it ran 1 through 9. Right there, it actually ran 1 there. So let me double check this against the actual code. Alright, so wait, what? Well, let's look here. The first time I ran it, it ran menu 1, of course. So it started out here just fine. And then it ran 10 through 15. Thus setting the status menu. Well, I see an error right here anyway. These move speeds are reversed, right? Because this is, if the status menu is on, then it's just all things turned off. So that's a thing to note. That will reveal that problem. Okay, so it ran those. It ran 10 through 15. Setting up the menu, sure, okay. And then when I closed it, it ran 1 through 7. 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 right there. It did not run 8 or 9. Let me double check that 53 is still that and not a leftover code from the middle of nowhere. There's still player movement clear, which doesn't seem useful or necessary. It deletes the player comment, so it could potentially run up to there. But then it breaks. It never runs 8. But then the next time the menu is opened, it runs 8 and 9 first. Then it runs 1, because it's going to run 1 every time, and then it runs 10 through 15 like normal. And then it ran 1 through 9. Okay. So for some reason it doesn't finish the exiting. Which coincidentally should be when it triggers this. 29 off. I don't know if I closed that was stupid. So it's 0.5. Actually, sorry, 7.5. Also, I should have done a different numbers here. 7.25. Sure, why not? Alright, well, let's see if we can break it again, because clearly those aren't finishing up. What's weird is it doesn't do it every time. Alright, I got the super speed? No? Okay, well the speed problem's fixed. That was just stupidity on my part. Alright, so the first time we ran it ran everything fine. Huh. All I did was change the move speed, but how in the world did those... Why did it not run that one time? And yet be fine every other time. I tried it really fast. Ran through them all that time, ran through them all that time. Same that time. Same that time. Okay, well that's weird. All I did was change the move speed thing and add a couple console logs, but console logs shouldn't make any real difference. I mean, they take a fraction of a, frame to basically, or like one frame at most to do. Let's go back in the map and see if we can trigger the other error. The cannon travel error. Yeah, look, boom, cannon travel. If I had a cannon travel animation, I would keep it purely on the grounds of that. I just don't see where it's getting 100. It got 100 again. Last time it was 100 as well. It's literally kicking me to this one spot. And I was doing the menu in a completely different location. I mean, it was still near the starting area, but I went farther down intentionally. So it's not picking up the information there, I don't think. And if it was running the rest of the status menu, it would have ran those console logs saying that it ran the rest of it. So I thought it was just running this jump to command here, but it would have ran 13 and 14 in there as well. No, actually I thought it was running this one here, that's right. Player jump to, and it says focus to camera and jumps to the original locations of 236 and 237. What are 236 and 237? X before status. These are entirely set by a plugin. Not need that. Not need that. I need this. I could increase the weight count on this one. This plugin's perpetually being changed because I keep adding in various things, so it's just all over the place on if I'm keeping things or not. 236, one of them, and 237. Only sets them here. Oh, I know what I want to look at. What are they currently set to? Because they might not be the culprits. Yeah, those aren't the culprits. Otherwise it would have sent me to 1712, or it would have rounded them probably to 1813, but... Shouldn't have done 100. Where is it pulling 100 from? That's such a specific number, you know? You'd think one of the variables would say 100 if that was the case. But a self variable could do it. 75. Ooh. These are the numbers. What sets these? Gotta look through those. So we're looking for 75 wherever it's at. Oh. Oh, I see. So in my, I assume laziness here, did I recycle this ability here? I might have. Let me double check this. I might have done that. So status menus hit, it runs common event 40. Do I run that information anywhere? Because there's a common event here. It was I don't know which one it is. It's this one here. And it sets the pre-ghost X. And Y. Right there. But I don't remember 75 and 76 being called anywhere else. So unless it's somehow using the same variables there on the map transfer. No, map transfer puts me on there. I've checked before. It puts me in the correct location and then jumps me. Otherwise, the map wouldn't pan like that and the character wouldn't go flying like that. It's jumping. But it's somehow getting its wires crossed and saying 75 and 76 are the right ones. Huh. If I know where those are getting set at, but this event's not the culprit necessarily, it's just setting those variables. But somewhere I must have recycled these. They're really being used nowhere else, huh? Why being used anywhere else? I think so. Okay. It's not the 75 we're thinking. Oh, it's an event ID, not the variable ID. Just double checking that my plugins aren't using any of these. Well, it's using the number 75, but I'm not going to 75 there, so... Okay. Does this one deal with that? No. Those don't have anything game specific in them. The status menu doesn't have either. Story doesn't even get used yet. Tools is not game specific. Rights is, but it doesn't have any. I've already checked the M, right? Yeah. Those are the 4 that were not that. Yeah. So that means actors doesn't do anything. I was going to make it, but then I didn't bother. Combat getting used. I made the NPC instead. Must have typed it in a script command somewhere in the thing there. So let's follow the list of things that happen when I load an area. Map load goes off. It runs map builder if new map is on. Actually, game load goes off. That's nothing important there. Then we run to map builder. Map builder goes... Actually, we'll start with map selector because that's the one that before load map is loaded. just to make certain it's not setting those anywhere. Which map there? No, that's fine. It's gonna only be a script command anyway. Portal setup. I mean, I guess it's possible that they could just be a random lucky thing where they're not actually copying from somewhere. But portal setup only says 75 and 75 for location, so it wouldn't jump me to 100 or 109. So that's not right. It only seemed to happen when I went into the status menu to exit. You know what I'd like to test? I want to see if the status menu is even involved. There's another way to exit the level. You can just talk to Tinka in the painting there and she'll take you out of the level if you want. After all, you're just going inside of the various paintings and all that and fighting all these things, so. The character in the painting, you know, would also be able to take you out of the paintings. The thing is, she's in the painting on both sides, so it's almost like she's trading places with you. Is she? I don't know. I guess she could. This was not the deepest lore ever. It was a Touch the Stars game, okay? Alright. Can we trigger the error? Maybe. Did it trigger it? No? It moves up there just fine. So the menu itself is somehow setting it? Is that really the case? It must be. Oh, don't care, don't care, don't care. I want X to be the first option. Go over this one for a bit. It must be the status menu that's doing it. It does have an entire plugin. I'm just not sure what's actually setting that. I've gone through most of my code here and it doesn't appear anywhere. So we're pretty certain that this cannot cause the error that way. It just doesn't work. So let's do the menu a few times. Oh wait, let me check one thing real quick here. The menu ran perfectly that time, the menu ran perfectly that time, and that time. Okay, so the menu did not mess up. And here I thought the weird vanishing enemy thing would be the biggest problem of the day, but oh, you know, what is game dev if not solving some things here? Oh yeah, the light theme. You know what? I forgot you can even change the theme. I think I installed it and then just left it and never bothered. On the other hand, everything else is black, so it'd probably just get tossed amongst the windows and like that, and I'd probably just lose it. I mean, I got black window for this too, for the stream thing, and the browsers are all black too, and all the windows too, all the top tabs of them. They all kind of blend in together. But thanks for reminding me that actually exists. I will get around to changing that in a moment. I'm just puzzling over this code, and the fact that it's Not being set by anything. That's interesting right there. Somehow I ended up at 140/9. Let me double check and see if it matches those other variables that mysteriously are being... Yeah, it does. But I never used the ghost form. Not even once. Huh. Yes, thank you for reminding me of that. My eyes burn less now. I'm so happy now. That's what happens when I constantly uninstall and reinstall things. Well, if I reinstall this recently, I think I just forgot about it. It's like all these buttons up here don't even exist except for this one. No one ever hit. Oh, see how much better that looks? It does make me happier. It burns less. Still RM, so it still burns a little. That is weird. The only event that's doing that. So I'm going to go ahead and I guess put some console logs in that thing there and see when it's triggering, because something must be calling it. Alright, 76 is the common event. Oh, this being so hard, you're talking about the code itself or solving this problem that I've been struggling with for the last, I think, 30 minutes? I guess I solved another problem during that time, too. Huh. Come to me, not minimap, status menu. And we've established that, wait, this was common event, 76. Well, first of all, console.log common event 76. I'll remember to put the other tildes. I'm also going to put something down here after it sets these. Game variables, value, I can type. 76. $75, 77. Right, is it 75? Am I off one? I'm off one. Mistakes were made. Do not question my lack of genius on this. I will question that for me, yes. Anything to tell me that that's what it's saying. Alright. And then... I just want to see how many times it uses that. Like, see if I can figure out where it's being used at. Because those are the only things that are setting those. But they're setting them to a weird number. That wasn't ever over there. And it's only supposed to set if you use the ghost form ability. I just need to check every place that common event is used. Huh. What am I doing? I don't need to walk into the level. Do this a few times, I don't care how many. Exit the level. Did it again. Okay. Interesting indeed. At the end of status menu, it is in fact... That wasn't even at the end right there. This is done between 5 and 6. This common event triggers way more often than I think. And of course, when this common event triggers, it'll look to see which one it is, and then it'll jump the player. Well, let's look at let's see, let's check the times it triggered. First time it triggered was after 15. So it looks like when it tried to close? Well, 40 is the one that actually runs. I don't even know what this is for anymore. I don't think it's even used. I've made a lot of changes since then, so that's probably why. So after 15, it ran. But why did it run after 15? Controlled by a switch? No, it was called. Okay. That's bizarre. It ran after 5 here and 6, so let me double check what's happening on those. We're running between 5 and 6. Is the smooth camera there? Memory serves, this is also called by something else. Yeah, it's called by a ghost form. Ghost form trigger is 91. Uh-oh. This might not be my fault at all. This might be a plugin. No? Plugin doesn't really do anything like that. I mean, I didn't change escape at all. But let's play a little game here, and the game is, we'll remove escape from the menu equation here, and we'll see if we can just open up something else, see what makes a difference. I'd rather escape be the menu, but I want to see if it's a problem or not. And 40 is the common event in question. Status menu. Overwrite, yep. I don't think it matters. I think it's already set to parallel anyway. Nope. It's okay, I don't really want to turn parallel anyway. I think that's all I need to do. There's nothing else I need to do for this test, but besides close the previous version. I'm just wondering if escape is also acting as one of the RM buttons and then somehow running the event, because it's the menu button. It's like that. I don't know. I just want to eliminate escape as the culprit. on, boom. Yes, run, run. Ah, see, there we go. Escape is the culprit. What is it? Wait, wait, wait. Commandant 76 ran right there. Oh, never mind. That's fine what runs it, because that ran it earlier to set the character up. So it's supposed to run there. Yeah, it's the escape key is doing double duty, because it's I rigged the menu button for it, but I don't need to do that anymore. I'm using the commandant thingy. So it's an issue of it just doing that, I believe. Let's test this out. We'll just go and do it a few times and see if it messes it up. Because at the start of the map, it runs the commandant 76, which would then check and see where the last pre-ghost thingy was. Let's go good and far away. We'll also use the ghost ability once, just to have it set those. Oh, the menu's working a lot better by the end of this. That's good. Okay, well now we know it's not the buttons. I don't know about that, but when I load a level, it's running that common event. Top ability is right here. Does it need to run that? Oh, let's test it. Does it really need to run that? Let's skip it. The skip feature is, you know, I love RM for adding the skip feature. I don't praise them very often because, well, they don't do a lot, but I will praise them for that one. It is very handy. All this restarting and closing and then restarting RM is starting to cause a bit of a lag issue. It doesn't always clear itself from memory very well. If you try to open it while another one's already open, the editor will cause problems. It takes a lot of tries, but over the course of a stream I do it a lot, so. That didn't seem to do anything. That particular comment at that point didn't do anything. Probably holdover code from a while ago. Wouldn't surprise me. Not a problem. Let's use the ghost ability a couple times here just to really see if it wants to jump to it or not. I've actually fixed almost every major problem, except for the mouse is still a bit wonky. Everything else is actually had every big problem fixed. So Commandant 76 still ran there. I mean, I didn't see the error happen, but I saw it running there, and since it's the only thing that's setting that there, and the only thing that could cause that jump, I'm just going to make certain it just doesn't run at that point. I really want to see how necessary it even is. Good, didn't run. Excellent. Use the ability a couple times just to test. I think we basically have it fixed. I get really annoyed if this doesn't say, like, 5960 all the time. And I wonder why. So I just like to have it there all the time. Alright, so Commandant 76 runs there, but I was using the ability, so it's supposed to, whenever I hit the button, actually use it. Doesn't look like it's actually affected anything. That's good. Can't get myself to go super fast or anything. That's good to know. Alright. Get one more shot there, and then I could probably assume the error is now gone, now that I've tracked down exactly what was causing it. That took quite a while, but I mean, those menu problems need to be fixed anyway. The downside of building your menu on top of the thing. That looks like it worked. I don't see the error there. Excellent. Let's get rid of all those console logs. Clearly don't need this anymore, so let's go ahead and remove those from the equation. I really need to go through and just remove a lot of extraneous code. That might be a thing I do on one of these on a stream. Just go through and clean it. Or maybe I'll do that off stream, depending on how boring people think that is. I don't know, it might be interesting to people. Who knows? Who knows, indeed. Oh, sorry, I was moving the console things there. It is now 5:27 a.m. here, and my memory is not that great. I did sleep a bit beforehand, got myself a bit of a nap before the stream, so I'll eventually figure out what I was going through here. It's the status menu, that's right. Now, once again, see, console logs everywhere. Pretty much eventually will solve all your problems. You will figure out exactly which line is causing your issues. It kind of sucks to put them all there, but at the same time, it did take a problem that seemed nearly insurmountable, and we tracked it all the way through to a common event that was randomly, well, not randomly, but it was kind of randomly triggering, like, it's hard levels from an old set of code that I didn't need anymore. I don't think I would have arrived at that had I not done this. Just saying. I actually thought that the jump command here was the cause. So there you go. Yeah, I did this other version of the hit detection that isn't necessary anymore. You have lots of weird old code too that just isn't necessary like this, which just... I always copy the event before I change it, and then put before I make major changes, and then put a few stars in front of it, so this way I can tell that it's supposed to be deleted if I don't end up using it again anytime soon. I also make little trash ones too. It'll be called trash, and I'll put it somewhere. See if I have any on there to it. But yeah, the trash one there, and it's just extraneous code that I just don't want to type again. I'll toss it in there. Like, okay. Usually the trash can gets put by near the events that I'm not using. Or that I'm currently working on. And there was a console command in 76, I believe. Yeah. This could probably use a little work too. I need to balance that ability before I decide what I want to do with its return thing, because it remembers the location you initiated at, and then if you can't land in a specific spot, then it goes and puts you back there. It jumps you all the way back. Which is actually a criticism the game got during the game jam, was that actually Drifty, who didn't like that, but it did that. You make an illegal move and it forces you all the way back. But unless I'm going to run a game cam pass, every time the player moves, just a perpetual one, I won't have the position of when they can't pass an area, so I wouldn't be able to go back to an area right, like, the last movable area, which is what he wanted. I could do that. The only problem with that is there's a good chance that it'll pick a passable pixel, but then it'll drop the player back there, and then their collider will be halfway in another event, and you won't be able to move, which is a problem that actually used to occur. Huh. I don't know. I'll think about that one. I'm going to remove these from my list of things to fix. Oh yeah, status ailments aren't cleaned after leaving a level. Alright, don't add that to cleanup? Oh, there's a common event that doesn't exist anymore. Good job. Clean status ailments. Can't fight. And then I gotta get all the variable names on this one. I'm gonna go to my plugin and get them all, or bring up the list. Where are those at? I don't need this anymore. Need more console logs, so I don't have to have this information everywhere. From the boss problem I solved earlier. Not this anymore. I'm getting rid of those entirely. I'm gonna switch to having my variables on there so it doesn't have the issues. I'll leave those for now. Do not need this. Or this. I will keep that. Okay, so those are fine. And then page 2 has what I need on it. Alright, I just needed these variables here, the darkness and the poison and the slow. Alright. So actually, wait a minute. Wait. I'm gonna make this a spell, actually. Or it'll eventually be a possible spell. And with that being the case, I'm gonna put it here. I may change it to like heal or something, or cure or something at some point, but whatever, I don't care right now. So I guess we'll use the comment thingy. Poison. I guess being green is its own thing. It does say comment in front of it. I don't know, I'm so used to seeing the slashes in front of it, it kind of irks me that it's not there. I'm not gonna lie, it kind of does. There's one more variable needs to be set. Clean poison off. I think it's a timer. It's over here in this code. 67. Can't handle it. Gotta have slashes in front of it's important. Yep. It'll bug me. Make it look like a real comment, not just another line of code. I'm so used to staring at regular code, it'll just bug me. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Wait, it's skipping tinting the screen? Oh, it's because I changed the player's light radius. Okay, fair enough. I could actually make this event act as the cleaning for all these other ones too. I might do that in a second. Copy this real fast, and then I'm going to change it. Darkness timer. Slow. I guess I called it slowed everywhere else. I should call it slowed here. I guess the timer's listed right there too. Oh. Just for continuity, let's call it slowed. Back to 0. That should cover all those. And then, because cleanup is run at every single one of these. Oh, convenient. I have it right here. Should be fine to just run this. Actually, it was right there. This wonderful thing goes through and it just cleans like crazy. It does all sorts of things. It fixes the collider problems. It removes all the messages. Some of these things probably aren't even necessary anymore, but you know what? I've just left them because it doesn't matter. Whatever. It's good. It's fine. I'm not even sure I use the... Well, not use clear still. Yeah, you have to stop the sound effects. Oh my gosh. Only RM would keep the sound effects going even when you leave a map. Weird. Alright, well, time to get my character covered in darkness. The darkness. I might call it after this though. Kind of been going at it for quite a while today. I did start 20 minutes later, but I'm also gone an hour and 37 minutes past the normal stop time. That's a thing to note. 25 people looked at it today. Interesting. Apparently it was just a good day for it. Friday must just be a good day. Or I guess it might be early weekend days for them. I don't know. Yeah, maybe I'll keep going for a while. I'm not really tired, so. Come to me, boss. I need you to cover me in darkness so that I can see if this thing fixes it or not. Hit me. Actually, this is poison. Whatever. Hit me with it. I don't care. Put lots of it on me. Just do it. I should have fought the dolls. Get that number huge. Perfect. Perfect. I like how I have it in the menu. I actually kind of like it in the menu. It's funny, but because it's set to be such a lower Z, it doesn't actually really sit with the player very well. But it's kind of funny anyway. I'm gonna leave it for now. I don't really want to right away fix it yet. Let me check something real fast. Oh, sure, whatever. Oh, wait a minute. The menu, it still ticks during those. Oh, we covered another problem. All right, well. Control switch, status menu is off. I'm gonna copy this to each of these so I don't have to do that, and then I'm gonna copy everything inside of those in a second. Perfect. Here I am trying to see if I can exit the map with this, you know, going on there and messing around in the status menu, and the effect wears off. I'm like, no. All right. That also means that I should probably have those showing up inside of the menu. Right. Combat HUD has it. Do I copy them over? I guess I could. Not a bad idea. Because you might want to have this information in the status menu. For continuity, which order are they in again? Copy poison, right? Oh, we'll double check by just doing it now. Status menu, and I guess we'll paste it to here. Do I want it there? I guess it's fine. I want the numbers the same height. I don't care about the graphics being the same height, but I want the numbers the same. Relatively the same. But they're not the same, but whatever. Fair enough. We'll just leave it as is. And then that should fix that problem. Now go find the doll, because the doll's set to put large amounts of darkness on the player, so that'll be really good for testing. Especially since it doesn't deal damage either, so then I'm just good to go. Not have to worry about my health during it. Alright, let's set the play to be like much slower because I want the whole game to be slower, but when I just want to run around and collect the tarot cards to summon the boss, it kind of sucks. Apparently it's memorizing a movement again. Yeah, it's trying to go back to a spot. The mouse is still very wonky. Yes, put darkness all over me. Do it. All the darkness. Yes, look at those numbers. Perfect, perfect. Now, the darkness is on in there. I don't like the location of it one bit. But now I see it's not ticking down. If I exit the menu, I kind of hate that it moves to the other side, to be completely honest. If I have my location over there, I'm going to find a better way to do this one, I know. I'm just not sure what it is yet. But just having it there is important. Alright, so let's exit the map and see if it fixes the problem. I don't appear to have direction there, but that's also... Actually, this would have shown too. It's really awkward, but in the 2D thing, she's actually got a 2D version of herself standing there. Anything like that. And then the other one has the 2.5D version, but that's because all the animations are keyed to the same switches, so decide which one's available. I was like, I need to set up a special thing just for that. I don't care. Oh. That's right. I made the thing so you can't try to exit the picture from within the thing. Hey, wait a minute. Her speed is wrong. If it's, let's see, if she goes here. Okay, So it's minor error, I guess. If in ghost form in story area, then enters menu, stats menu, then exits. Speed is wrong. I'm probably not fixing that right now, so that's why I'm writing it down. Because I have a common event that's watching for the player to go above a certain Y, and if it does, it swaps them. Which is why she changes like that to show the height thing there, because otherwise it's just a flat map. She could just walk straight up. I could block it, but I want them to be able to fly up and go into the pictures, which I think is kind of cool. What else was I doing then? I guess I could check the other status emblems to make certain they all work. I don't know why they wouldn't work, but let's assume that they don't work. I did make a system for all three of them, so let's make certain all the numbers are perfect. Not sure any more status elements I'm going to add. Probably not many for the purposes of the prototype. I don't know why I'm destroying these. I guess they're in the way. Not really in the way. I don't have to destroy them. That double image thing is kind of annoying. It's not important though. It's just weird. It looks like there's two of them, and there's not. So I am delighted that things are destroyed the first time, and there's no weird error with it. Did the boss spawn as normal? Why, yes, the boss did. Perfect. Another error we fixed tonight. Poison me a lot. Just hit me with it. Just spread it all over me. Why not? Make it like a trip to a Monsanto cornfield. Just do it. Perfect. Weird. 30, perfect. Nice. Goes back to there just fine. Here. Huh. Interesting. Weird hop when exiting menu. I think I'm near the center of the map, right? No, I'm not. Let's put sometimes there. It's the first time I've seen that, and I've been in and out of the menu so many times. Huh. Oh, that's off the player. Perfect, perfect. Let's go get ourselves slowed. Which might be the most terrifying one, because the teddies actually hit really hard. Way harder than they should at this point, because I have never balanced them, and they're very quick. Okay, that one isn't very hard, but still. There's enough of them spawning, it can be pretty devastating, because they just go ham. Well, that reminds me, there was a thing I need to fix on the teddies. So teddies do nothing when player blocks. They don't move or anything, they just sit there. You get confused by it, so. I think that's the case. No, never mind, it's fine. Yeah, it just sits there for a second. Did I fix that error earlier? Yeah, I thought I'd just forgotten about it. Let me still do something there. Anyway, there's the big teddy. Use your slow on me. That thing hits way too hard. Slow me. Please slow me quickly. I just need to get hit by slowed. Perfect, it's in the menu. Works perfect. Clears itself away. Excellent. Go to here and perfect. And now whenever I want a heal spell, I just made all the commands for it. Nice. I don't know if I'm gonna add in the heal spell right now. I think I'm gonna just ship it with what's currently available. As far as the abilities go, because there's 7 of them, and I already can see balancing them in a short time will be near impossible. Since I just want a prototype that people can mess with, I don't really want to do that and add more abilities. Um, hmm. I think what needs to happen right now, though, is I need to go take a bio break because I have been sitting here for like 4.5 hours and I have not bothered to use that restroom at all. So I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. I don't need that anymore at the moment. Pull that up. So, let's see, what's also on my list of things to do? I guess the Teddies do something when I blocked. I did test it, and they did seem to do something, so... But... Where are they at? Was I satisfied with what they did? I guess they are set to do a collision behavior. It's just a fancy way of saying it's just a collection of movement things to just make them look like they did something interesting. Let's make a move away from player, then turn a bit. And then it'll take a couple steps forward, I think. Basically, I want them to kind of back away from the player like they're, you know, maybe assessing the situation, and then kind of move to the side and then try to come in and try to attack the player. I think that's the plan. But for this one here, that's just for the attack ones if they're blocking. Otherwise, I'm not too interested in that. Probably give a different name, to be completely honest. I'll think about it later. I'm not too worried about it. Guess I could test and see how that plays out. Definitely going to say balancing for a different day. Oh, I still have to fix one other thing. It'll be the last problem that has to be fixed, and that's I needed to design a better system for some of the player attacks, because when I redid the damage system, they don't work anymore. Specifically, the cloud one doesn't work right. Like, it just doesn't hit him. It hit him that time, but it seems to be so random if it hits. Like, it doesn't hit that. Should. It finally hit it. Hit that too somehow, and it's like a million miles away. I don't know how. That's weird. Hit that up there, even though it's like way down here. So, I don't know. Something's very weird about that. And then, I'll try to walk to weird places. Weird places. And then firewall just doesn't even work right. That was one. So, I need to fix it. I should not let the big teddy out. I just want to fight the little teddies. That's a little too spastic how far they run away. Let's reduce it a bit much. Let's do 2 and 2, it's fine. Why'd I go in that one? Just a goldfish braining it. He really needs to have a much farther away, oops. Much farther away talk to thing? Talk to her? I guess she has a really long wait. I have to fix that. I don't like that at all. Not at all. Don't summon the boss. I just want to see how they behave. They do kind of spaz out a little bit, don't they? But do you want them to go far enough where the player has a chance to do something? They're so fast. Almost too fast, really. They also a melee character. They're not actually really set to move that fast. I think it's the quick dash towards player. The Berserker dash thingy. We've got 2 different dashes. think this is the actual speed one. Yeah, it's at speed to 6. Okay, well, that's like borderline teleport. Do I want it to lose its action if they're blocking? I think I do. Either way, it forces a reset. Because otherwise, they'll just keep attacking at the player until eventually they succeed. And the block's not that efficient. Like, it's efficient enough, but it's too efficient. Yeah. That's probably fine. I guess I'll check and see how fast they move away now. I gotta go through and balance each enemy, so that's true. I'm debating on if I just want to balance her on 1 damage and just go from there. A more heart style thing there instead of big numbers. Oh, once again, I went to the wrong one. And I forgot to fix her. You know what? Fixing her right now. I'll forget otherwise. This one. Well, that's probably not very useful then if it's been skipped all along. It's set for a compare of 500. Really? Let's make it a bigger number, like 800 then, I guess. I suppose it depends on where the actual event is. Our actual image could be somewhat far off the actual event location that it's comparing against. I could technically use a collider and then check if it's hit by and do that. Nah. I don't want to program that right now. Not for this one thing. That might be pretty useful for doing NPCs and stuff to have a player run into them. But I don't like that because the problem is then it's the interaction colliders don't work very well. And the actual physical collision colliders, I don't want to be too big, but then the player would have to basically like, run right into the person in order to even get them to talk. Which would be kind of awkward because they'd be standing like with their faces practically crammed against each other. However, if I made their collisions really big, then the player would have to try to go around this invisible collision. So, that seems like not a good plan. Let me check the teddies out too. Okay, well, that's interesting to note. Maybe the pictures are far over the side. I need to test that one. I think that's the problem, is the pictures are all aligned far over to the right. So let's give it a temporary collider to see where it spawns at. It does keep them at bay. They'll still get close even if they're not trying to, even if they're not initiating their attack yet. So, I guess my question is, do I want an effect if they block? Like if the player's blocking to do a certain thing, or do I want a thing that just says, attack and then, or run away like that, like only, but only if the player's blocking? That's probably fine as it is. Feels like a semantics question. I want a tiny collider just to see where this is at. I don't really need this collider, right? That page will have through on it. Screw it. get rid of this one. I wonder if that's why the player isn't walking and just appears in front of the thing. Maybe it's a through issue on that. That could be it. Could also be the movements are done before the thing fades in. It doesn't matter which one I go into for this. Just appeared in front of it. Okay. Alright, so it's way up there. That's fine. Wait for a little timer to go away. That's not too bad. Will she talk way down here? Maybe. That's too far. Well, 500 was nowhere near enough. One of the things I could do is I could move everything up and thus move the event down. Am I doing that? I don't think that's necessary. As long as it plays out reasonably well, that's fine. Moving all that's going to take a lot of effort, and I just let's sit there and check each image and move them all up so they're perfect. Like, yeah, I'll do that. Then tell it to spawn one space farther down in the actual builder for these, which isn't that hard to do. It sure sounds like a lot of unnecessary work. Just talking over there. Almost like there's just too long of a wait or something. Yeah, that's fine. How far back down do you talk? Really far. Is the issue that she just has a wait and it's not seeing it? To wait 5 frames. I guess I'll wait 3 frames. Shouldn't be able to keep clicking like that and have it not do anything, but that does seem like it's too far. I mean, how long do we want the no to be? That's probably fine. I don't want them to rapid click or anything. Accidentally exit a level or anything. Granted, you do have to do a bunch of clicks to exit the level, so I don't know how necessary that is. But just in case, it'll have a good long wait. I think there needs to be a variable that prevents a player from attacking while doing that. How far out can I go on this, by the way? Is she still talking out here? Oh, she talks way far out. So I think it's just a timing problem. There needs to be... I'll go back to 500. Thing here. This is probably useful to have. It's called dialogue. If dialogue is off, I'll turn it off just if it's off. Just stop the player from being able to do attacks while in the middle of it, because that's just weird. Looks like crap. Don't like that. I'll let you throw the first one, but that's okay. That's still pretty far out. A lot of effort to fix this one event, but it does serve as kind of a entry exit point, though I do have a menu exit, so how far out can we talk? Still pretty far out, honestly. Seems like way too far out. Does it go way out here? Gosh, it's huge. I guess I got really feisty with how far this was, but this is far. Maybe like 200. I didn't realize how far out it was, but it's just the weight that was making it hard to trigger. But yeah. I think another 16 minutes I'm gonna end up calling it. That'll make it 6:30 a.m. That'll be good enough for me. But that's a pretty good distance. I figured out here it's just that distance, right? Oh, there was a slight problem there. It shuts down her ability to attack even after the weight. Okay, I'm gonna redo how this weight is then. I think I just put a weight at the end. We'll give him a 2-second wait, just in case. Yeah, and then there was something else I was thinking I was going to fix. And I totally forgot. That's why I wrote stuff down, because it's 6:15 a.m. currently. And my memory is terrible right now. Oof. Oh. I don't remember. Must not have been that important. I had some good ideas, like, I'm gonna fix this. Oh, I know what I want to do. I've been making a tutorial series, and I have a moving car that I want to bring over. I made a whole particle for it, and I was like, this particle is actually pretty useful. Why didn't I just bring this over myself? Alright, doesn't shut the player down. How far away can we do this from? Not that far. You can do it from that far? That's pretty good. I think you can run inside the photo. You stand on her too. Unfortunately, it's pretty hard to make it where you can actually go behind her. I don't care that much. So it does what I need. Excellent. And does it lock everything down? Yeah, okay, it locks everything down if they're in that. It doesn't lock down their animations, but that's okay. It locks everything else down. Alright. Perfect. Ah yes, my toy car. Heck yeah, toy car. Toy car will sit at 15. Yes. Do one higher. I might make it drive back and forth across just because I think it's fun. Just a random embellishment because I just can. Yeah. I thought like beep, beep. You know what the best part is? I didn't realize this car was like right there. Because if you look where I put it, that's actually spawned in the other car. It looks like it hits it. Oh, that makes my day. There's just random luck on that one. Cool. Just beep beep. I was gonna make it drive super far, but you know, I don't know if I care anymore. I like that it hits that now. It's just there. I can put another car down here. Nah. I want more active things in the map anyway in general. Yeah, if you don't use pixie particles, you can do this as pixie particles. Yesterday's stream starts out with how I did it. Granted, the wheels aren't animated or anything, but if memory serves, this model can't even spin the wheels. I don't think I'd have to look. I was going to put little car enemies in the game, but then I didn't because they didn't look very cool. I'm not gonna lie, but I do like that it's just moving around. I want more things that move and animate, so maybe I'll pick a stream where I just start animating things instead of bug fixing, which is pretty much all I've been doing lately. That leaves me with one major bug. Well, bug is wrong. Just a broken system. A bug seems to imply that it was supposed to be built to work in the first place, but eh. Oh, can heal after dying and stop spell usage. Oh, I need to make a change here. Ghost Form also needs a dialogue option. So they can't use that there. I don't want them doing that. And then on Game Over, I can now just turn dialogue on. Actually, player lockdown and player freedom already do it. Already designed to literally just lock the player up so they can't do anything. Because one while ago, I was able to heal during the after I'd already been killed. And you know what? No, I'm good. That's not okay. Oh, because it used to be I locked it down with controller. But I don't use this event anymore. It's still running parallel the whole time. I just had this comment about running parallel forever. I should probably turn it off, but... maybe I want the player to use the controller. I don't know. Or have the option to. That should fix that problem. I guess I'll go get the character murdered. See if I can heal during it or something. I didn't close this. Oops. I still like it. It just hits the thing. Woohoo! And I thought I didn't have a use for any of the generic RM sounds. Huh. Clearly I do. The teddies do a lot of damage. Should be able to murder the player very quickly. Let's get the boss teddy out with its 10 damage a swing. Managed to spawn right every time. That's good. Hit me. Hit me. Just keep stabbing me. Do it. Stab me. I don't like that it sits there and crowds you like that. I need to do something about that. Nope. Can't heal. I can switch spells, but... I guess I don't really care if I can switch spells because they still don't do anything, so... it's fine. If I want to add dialogue to the switch for every one of those spells, but I don't think that matters. After all, being able to change up the little things down there doesn't really do anything. Alright, so that problem's solved. I already did a clown head thing. I'm just going down my list of things to fix and just removing it. Oh, yeah, the stationary thing there. Sound effects for... yeah, okay, we'll get to that at some point. Anything else I want to do tonight? I already made the clown head boss do fire pool thingies and make it spread. Did this. I don't know what I was supposed to fix in that. I didn't mark it there. I still have to make one of these for the last one. I guess I'll leave it. Boss escape is too slow. The players continuously hit it. Okay. So boss relocate. It's actually way up here. Where is it at? Am I blind? I might be blind at this point. There we go. It checks for invincible. I don't think I included that check in the new damage system. Did I? That. Once again, as I was saying earlier, a lot of these have the same color scheme, so I grabbed the wrong one. So... the flips are self switch D. which then usually runs page 3. So maybe all I need to do actually. Let's test. Got about 4 more minutes before I'm gonna head off, so give me some time to, you know, figure it out, I suppose. Yeah, I still like it. I'm not gonna lie. It still makes me happy. Sure, I'll get tired of it, but I like the 2D area better than the main game area. I wish I'd done the entire game in 2D. Just saying. Oh yeah, there's an issue with the that common event plugin they need to try to resolve. It's not my plugin either, but here we are. Sometimes it just keeps doing it over and over and over. Ah, that's right, because I'm gonna reach in to find it and it'll just break that code, so I have to actually I need to set it. I need to give it the actual thing in the first place. Let's go all the way up here. Not everything has an invincible, but they could. Now every single one of the things generated has an invincible. That's set to false. And will probably stay false for the vast majority of them, but now I can have invincibility frames too, so that's not a bad thing either. Or maybe it is, I don't even know. Sure, we'll find out. Or just make the game more complicated. But I do find that I make the game too fast and need to really slow it down sometimes. Perfect, that hits. Alright, that box is part of it. I need to really change that graphic. It looks too much like something I can destroy, and I try to blow it up every time I see it. Oh, this boss doesn't have an evade. Oh, it does. I gotta try to shoot it during that. But the other one had an evade, so that sucks. I picked a boss that doesn't have an evade, but we'll see if I can just shoot it. I think it doesn't ever unset a thing from true, so it's like invincible now. This might be part of that old system that's not that great. I'll set this around. Let's see. So we'll add this there. So fix boss invincibility. Somewhere along the line, I'm just setting this invincible thing to true and forget to set it to false, and I don't want to figure out right now because it's 6:30. So I'm gonna call it for tonight. Thanks to anyone watching, and I should be back I guess it'll be Tuesday at 1 a.m. Pacific. Yeah, I usually take my weekends off. Well, they're kind of weekends. I work on the weekends, so I can't really stream during it so much. So, anyway, once again, thanks for watching. Happy, morning, evening, afternoon, whatever, and I'm off. See ya.